Hello everyone, welcome to Enigma Vault. I hope my voice and stories can be the bridge between your racing thoughts and peaceful sleep. If this journey can soothe you, please like and subscribe to my channel. You are safe here. Let the story begin. My hands, holding the note, were wrinkled with sweat. The floats for the town celebration parade were slowly approaching from the other end of the main street. Confetti and balloons formed a blurry cloud above my head. Leah dragged me into the back alley of the candy store. Behind us, we heard the sound of leather boots rolling over broken glass. Tanya's men had chased us for at least 5 blocks. They were like a group of hounds, with a keen sense of smell, and could even smell the blood oozing from our scraped knuckles. Benjamin's signal was at 3 o'clock. Leah pulled off the headband that was stained with debris from the laboratory building and used it to wrap around the wound on the back of my hand, moving as fast as if she was defusing a bomb. Her police badge flickered in the sunlight, and I remembered that she had used it to break through the bulletproof glass in the lab half an hour ago. He said the safe house is in the basement vault of the old post office, and the safe door was not removed when the bank collapsed. My temples were throbbing, and the whispers of the dead were still buzzing in my ears. The 2 bodyguards we had knocked down at the alley just now. Their last memories were like a misplayed videotape. One saw his mother kneading dough in the kitchen. The other heard the church bells. This shows that not all of Tanya's people are death warriors, and some may even be locals who have been coerced. But now is not the time to empathize. I touched the note in the inner pocket. Half of the password was soaked in blood. Benjamin said that the original paper was needed to decipher it. Take the fire escape. Leah pointed to the iron scaffolding on the 2nd floor of the candy store, and the parade's brass band suddenly started playing the Star-Spangled Banner, drowning out the creaking of metal as we climbed. As I stepped onto the last step, I caught a glimpse of a man in a floral shirt, whispering into an intercom in front of a newsstand across the street. That was Tanya's spy, whom I had seen in the hospital yesterday. He had a dragon tattoo on his neck, exactly the same as the one on the lab guard. The safe door of the safe house was hidden under the floor of the post office basement. Benjamin squatted in front of the control console, his black-framed glasses covered in dust. When he looked up, I saw the dark circles under his eyes as if he had been punched twice. "You're finally here." His fingers flew across the keyboard. Tanya's people hacked into the municipal surveillance, but I used the backup lines of the traffic lights to build a temporary firewall. The note was spread out in front of him, and I leaned over to see the handwriting on it. I found it at the bottom of the laboratory filing cabinet. There was a crescent-shaped indentation where the ink had spread, like the one left when my mother used a thimble to mend something when I was a child. Benjamin's mouth suddenly stopped. "This is not a password. It's a coordinate." He pulled up the satellite map, and the red mark fell on the abandoned shipyard on the outskirts of the town. The one that closed in 1987 produced torpedo launchers. There are 3 floors of warehouses underground that have not been demolished. Leah tapped her fingers on the map. Among the victims of the family murder case 20 years ago, 3 were mechanics at the shipyard. When she looked up, the sunlight from the window just passed behind her ear. There was a light blue mark there, like a twisted maple leaf, exactly the same as the symbol the serial killer had carved on his victims. My throat tightened as I recalled how she had stared at the marks on the corpse in the morgue last week. They might have hidden something there. Benjamin took off his glasses and wiped them. I hacked into Tanya's cloud drive. Half an hour ago there was an encrypted transfer. The recipient was Grey Harbor Industries, a shell company, under Victor's name. He suddenly looked up. "You'd better go now. I just intercepted a message that Tanya's people have dispatched 2 bulletproof cars over there. The iron gate of the abandoned shipyard has a new lock, but the rust cannot cover up the smell of engine oil from the keyhole." The moment Leah used her baton to pry open the tripwire, I heard a metallic friction sound above my head. It was a modified animal trap with a spring tension that was enough to break a person's wrist. We moved along the wall, and the iron plate under our feet made a hollow echo every 3 steps. like someone ringing a death knell. "Third window on the left," I whispered. The bodyguard, who had just been knocked down at the alley entrance, had this scene flashing through his dying memory. Under the moonlight, a man in work clothes was carrying a wooden box and handing it out of the window. Leah swept her tactical flashlight over and saw that there were indeed fresh scratches on the glass, which were left in the past 3 days. The moment we climbed out the window, the alarm sounded. Guards came from all directions. They were wearing black tactical uniforms, and their movements were so neat as if they had undergone special training. When I knocked down the first man, the walkie-talkie on his waist fell out, and Tanya's voice came from it. "Don't leave anyone alive, especially that Hastings." Leah's gun fired continuously at my side, and the shell casings clinked on the iron plate. A bullet grazed the tip of my ear, and I almost fell into the acid pool next to it because of the burn. The edge of the pool was covered with dark brown scabs which were left by long-term corrosion of blood. Behind me, Leah rushed over and pushed me away. Her shoulder was bleeding, but she didn't stop shooting. I took the opportunity to grab the chain next to me, swung it, and smashed it at the guard who was rushing towards me. The dull sound of metal hitting skull mixed with the music of the parade, like an absurd concerto. When the last guard fell, my right hand was so swollen that I couldn't hold the gun anymore. The whispers of the dead exploded in my ears. In their last moments, they all had a man in a camel coat standing in the shadows and saying, "Complete the mission, and your mother's medical expenses will be settled." "It's Victor." The door of the warehouse at the deepest part of the factory was propped up with a hydraulic rod. The moment Leah kicked it open, I took a step back in shock at the scene before me. The walls were covered with photos of unsolved cases in the past 20 years, from family murders to the most recent serial murders. Next to each photo was a newspaper clipping with the date accurate to the minute. There were 12 surveillance screens on the table, and in one of the pictures, under the base of the Christmas tree in the town center square, a black box was counting down. "A bomb." Leah's voice tightened. She grabbed the documents on the table. "Victor wants to detonate it at the climax of the town celebration. The death toll will exceed 300. She turned to the last page, and her face changed suddenly. "The detonator is here." The sound of metal rubbing came from behind. When I turned around, Victor was walking out of the shadows. He was wearing a tailor-made suit and tapping the silver cane on the iron plate like he was keeping a beat. Barney followed behind him. His police uniform was wrinkled, and his left face was swollen. Obviously, he had just been beaten. "Mr. Hastings." Victor smiled like a polished jade. "I knew you would find this place." He glanced at the detonator in Leah's hand. "Give it to me. I can let you die more quickly." "Are you crazy?" Leah pointed her gun at his heart. 300 lives. That's a sacrifice for my wife." Victor's voice suddenly trembled. He took out a yellowed photo from his arms. The woman in the photo was holding a baby. There was the same maple leaf mark behind Leah's ear. 20 years ago, they killed her with the same bomb. Now I want to let the blood of Greyhaven soak her memory for a longer time. The sound of sirens came from outside the factory. This time it was not a pursuit, but reinforcements. No, Tanya's men were surrounding us from all sides, their guns pointed at us, and the moonlight shone through the broken windows, casting countless black holes on the ground. Leah's finger was on the switch for the detonator, and I could feel her heart beat through her arm, pounding so fast it seemed like it was going to burst out of her chest. The tip of Victor's cane made a harsh scraping sound against the iron plate. Exactly the same sound in the attic of his childhood. This time I finally saw the scene in my memory clearly. That night, the man in the camel coat hugged me and whispered in my ear, "Don't be afraid, child. When you grow up, I will make you understand everything." In the distance, the countdown in the town center square jumped to "Do it." Tanya's voice came from behind the crowd, her blonde hair stained with blood. "Either kill us or the whole town will die with you." Leah's gun was shaking, and my left hand uncontrollably touched my chest, where the warmth from her kiss just now was still retained. The whispers of the dead suddenly became silent, leaving only the ticking sound of the bombs, and Victor's approaching footsteps exploding in his ears. I stared at Tanya's blood-stained blonde hair shining coldly in the moonlight, and my Adam's apple moved. The wind coming in from the factory vents smelled of rust, and blew across the back of my left hand. It was scratched by the edge of the machine tool just now, and it hurt like it was on fire. Leah's finger was still on the detonator switch. Through 2 layers of cloth, I could count the frequency of her pulse. 130, 132. Mr. Victor, I pulled the corners of my mouth, deliberately making my voice a little hoarse with alcohol. The batch of American Bird Atlas that you donated to the town library last month. The gold-plated signature on the title page is really beautiful. My eyes swept over the fat back of Detective Barney's neck. He was rubbing the buckle of his gun holster with his thumb. That was his old habit when he was nervous. I saw it in the interrogation room of the precinct 10 years ago, but don't you say it's a coincidence I raised my voice. Last week an old man who collects used books chatted with me and said that someone was selling the exact same book in the second-hand market, and the ink of the signature on the title page had not yet dried. Victor paused on the tip of his cane. The fur collar of his camel coat moved, and I guessed he was smiling. The standard charity gala smile, with only half an inch of twitching at the corners of the mouth. But Barney's Adam's apple visibly rolled, and his eyes wandered between Victor and Tanya like an old dog whose tail was stepped on. Do you think Tanya will take you to heaven? I continued to add, deliberately knocking on the metal cabinet beside me with my knuckles. 3 years ago there was an arson case at the dock warehouse, and 4 homeless people died. Who put the word accident on the fire log? I stared at the red tips of Barney's ears. It was you, Detective Barney. And Miss Tanya. I turned to the blonde woman behind the crowd. You were volunteering in a mental hospital, right? The medical records of those homeless people should still be locked in the safe in your office. Tanya's pupils shrank. This trick worked. I had checked earlier, and the first year she took over the psychology department of the town hospital happened to be the time of the dock fire. Victor is currently running for state legislator, and the thing he fears most is scandal, while Barney is afraid that after his scandal is exposed, his 30 years of police experience will not bring him a single day of peace. Old man, did you know that? Barney suddenly yelled, and his pistol fell out of the holster with a click. He swung the muzzle of his gun towards Victor, and his fat fingers trembled as they pressed the trigger. You said that batch of goods was just medicine. Victor's cane clanked to ground. His shoulders were shaking under his camel coat, not because of fear, but because of anger. I've seen this expression before. Last year in Chicago, a drug lord had this kind of face twisted when he was betrayed by his subordinates. You think I want to cooperate with an idiot like you? His voice was like sandpaper grinding glass. If you hadn't locked the files on the murder case in the basement of the police station. Bang! The moment the gun went off, I grabbed Leah's wrist and rushed behind the machine tool. The bullet grazed the back of my neck and made a charred hole in the wall. Tanya's men finally reacted. There was an explosion of submachine gun fire, and metal fragments hit the iron sheet above our heads like a rainstorm. Follow me. Leah put the detonator into my palm and pulled out the pistol with her backhand. Her nails made a crescent mark on the back of my hand. Go to the power distribution room. I crouched and rushed towards the shadow on the right, and saw from the corner of my eye that Victor was grabbing Barney's collar and dragging him to the corner. This old fox still wanted to keep his bargaining chips. Tanya's men divided into 2 teams to encircle us. One of them, a guy in a leather jacket, was closest to me. His hand holding the gun was shaking, and there was a fresh scar on his wrist. I stared at the scar, and my throat suddenly felt fishy. The whisper of the dead started. Memories are like a backflowing tide. On a rainy night, at an abandoned gas station, a scarred kid raised a wrench and hit the back of the convenience store clerk's head. The clerk's pupils were shrinking, and the last thing he saw was the strawberry milk on the shelf and the crumpled IOU in his pocket for his daughter's birthday cake. I slammed into Scarboy's waist, and he fell to the ground with a groan, and his submachine gun slipped under the machine tool. The moment I picked up the gun, I felt something hard in his pocket. A detonator. Leah, I yelled at the top of my lungs. The backup power for the detonator is in the detonator box. Her gun went off, knocking down two men rushing over from the left. I took advantage of the sound of gunfire and smashed the electrical box on the wall with the butt of my gun. Blue sparks crackled and exploded, illuminating a black box hidden behind the wires, exactly the same as I saw in Scarlett's memory. That is the control center of the bomb, and all the lines are branched from here. Catch him. Tanya's scream mixed with the sound of electricity pierced her ears. I picked up the fire axe next to me and smashed it at the control box. The sound of metal deforming was harsher than a siren. When the third axe was struck, the red countdown screen suddenly went black. The gunfire in the factory suddenly stopped. Tanya's men looked at each other. Victor was still pinching Barney's neck, and Barney's gun had fallen to the ground. He was wiping the blood off his face with his fat hands. It's over. Leah's gun was still smoking, and her hair stuck to her sweaty face. The whole town is in danger. Finish. Tanya's laughter was like an icicle sticking into her spine. She walked out from behind the crowd, holding a silver remote control in her right hand, her thumb pressing on the red button. The moonlight shone through her blood-stained blonde hair, reflecting a cold light on the surface of the remote control. Mr. Evan, what do you think you just destroyed? She tilted her head. It was a children's toy bomb that I asked my men to buy. The real C4, she pointed out the window, is currently tied to the Christmas tree in the town center square. And my little remote control, she shook the object in her hand, can detonate 30 of these devices at once. My temple was throbbing. There was a Christmas lighting ceremony in the town center tonight, and at least 500 people crowded into the square. Leah's gun clanked to the ground and she turned and grabbed my arm, her nails digging into bone. Tanya, are you crazy? Victor's voice broke. My wife's memory is still in the freezer of the town hospital, so you're the real idiot. Tanya's thumb slowly pressed the button. How long do you think you can keep the memory in a corpse? When the blood of Greyhaven soaks into every brick, the new memory will be more vivid than your wife's. Click. The world went into slow motion at that moment. The red button on the remote control sank 2 millimeters. The corners of Tanya's mouth raised half an inch, and Leah's breath condensed into white mist in my ears. I heard my own raging heartbeat, like knocking on rusty iron, once, twice. And when it beat for the third time, faint cheers came from the direction of the square, the sound of the Christmas lights being lit up. Then the button sank completely. Leah's hands were shaking, and I could feel her body heat draining away from her fingertips. Tanya's laughter was torn apart by the wind, and my whispers of the dead suddenly sounded countless overlapping, unfamiliar voices. Mom, look at the lights. Merry Christmas, dear. Be careful of the ice under your feet. The sounds exploded into pieces in my head. I looked at Tanya's crazy face, and suddenly remembered the sigh in the attic of my childhood. It turns out that the family murder case 20 years ago was just the beginning. And at this moment, when the signal waves of the remote control penetrated the iron roof of the factory and flew towards the center of the town, I finally understood what Victor meant by everything. It was a sacrifice fueled by the lives of the entire town. Leah's fingers clamped around my wrist, crushing my bones with such force. There was a fire flickering in her eyes, not hope, but the embers of despair. I stared at her bloody eyelashes and suddenly remembered what she had said when she kissed me in the motel 3 hours ago. If we can't survive this day, at least we'll be together. There was a muffled sound coming from the direction of the square. It wasn't fireworks, it was an explosion. My temple was throbbing, and the click when Tanya pressed the button was like a needle piercing my eardrum. Leah's fingers almost dug into my wrist bones, and her palms were covered in cold sweat, colder than the wind outside the factory. The muffled sounds coming from the direction of the square became more and more frequent, like someone hitting their chest with a hammer. That was the sound of a gas pipeline exploding, the sound of a car's fuel tank igniting, and Huigang Town bleeding. "Calm down," I said into Leah's ear, my throat tight. There were beads of blood on her eyelashes, where she was scratched by the broken glass just now. The kiss at the motel 3 hours ago suddenly came to my mind. The mint on her lips mixed with the rusty smell now made my eyes sore. Remember the spectrum analyzer in the lab? Her pupils contracted slightly, and I knew she remembered. 3 days ago, we sneaked into Tanya's underground laboratory. She had a signal frequency diagram of the remote control stored in her computer, with a note in the lower right corner, saying, "May be interfered by electromagnetic pulses above 100. At the time I thought it was a security setting to prevent hackers, but now it seems to be a loophole, to distract them. I squeezed the back of her hand. Use Victor's philanthropist mask. Leah's nails left a crescent mark on my wrist. Then she loosened her grip in an instant. She suddenly raised her voice with the coldness of a sheriff. Mr. Victor Marlowe. Everyone's eyes turned to her, including Tanya's 2 men with guns. The gas pipeline for the community center you sponsored is the same model as the one that exploded in the square, right? She approached step by step, her military boots making crisp sounds on the broken glass. Detective Barney, did you just sign the pipeline inspection report last week? Victor's gold-rimmed glasses slid down his nose. This philanthropist who always said Huigang Town is my home, now had his Adam's apple moving as if he had swallowed a frog. Barney put his hand on his gun, his face flushed purple. I didn't. They cooperate with me? Tanya suddenly laughed, and her fingers with scarlet nail polish twirled the ends of her hair. The ashes of Mr. Marlowe's late wife are buried under the fountain in the town square, and he has long wanted to blow up that broken place. As for Barney, she blew a kiss to the old detective. I helped pay off his daughter's gambling debts. Victor's face turned pale instantly. I saw half of a silver cross sticking out of his suit pocket. It was the holy relic he distributed at church every Sunday. He suddenly pounced on the nearest man and smashed his fist on his chin. "How dare you slander my wife?" Barney's gun clicked and the safety popped out. Although the muzzle was shaking, it was finally pointed at Tanya. "You said my daughter. Are you telling the truth?" Chaos is like gasoline on a fire. 2 of my men were entangled by Victor, and another one turned around to help his companion. The moment the muzzle of the gun deviated, I crouched and rushed towards the large generator in the corner of the factory. It was an antique left over from the steel plant 30 years ago, with brown engine oil still stained on the rusty shell. I opened the control box and the wiring inside was a tangled mess. But I had been here 3 days ago, and remembered that the thickest copper wire was connected to the transformer. Frequency, I yelled at the generator, as if it could understand. The whispers of the dead suddenly surged up, the memory of a lab technician before he died. He stared at the spectrum analyzer and shouted, "The jammer is..." And then the bullet pierced his temple. I broke 2 copper wires. Blue-white sparks flew from the friction of the metal, and my left hand pressed on the tuning knob of the transformer. "Evan!" Leah's scream mixed with the sound of gunfire. I looked up and saw her stabbing the wrist of the 3rd man with a tactical pen. The man's gun fell to the ground with a clang. Tanya took the opportunity to pounce on me, her red high heels making a harsh sound on the concrete floor. She scraped her nails across the back of my neck, and they smelled like rotting roses, the same smell that had filled the attic 20 years earlier. "It's too late," she screamed in my ear. "Even if you jam the signal, the bomb will automatically detonate in 10 minutes. You think I can use a 1-wire remote control?" I grabbed her wrist with my backhand and slammed her against the generator. She let go of my hand in pain, and I took the opportunity to turn the tuning knob until the pointer on the dashboard stopped. The sound of electric current suddenly increased, like a swarm of bees buzzing in a metal pipe. Tanya's remote control suddenly went black. She pressed the buttons frantically, but the screen only flashed a glaring red light. Done. Leah kicked down the last of her men and put the gun to the back of his neck. There was blood on the ends of her hair, but she smiled as if she had just won a bet. I grabbed Tanya's remote control and saw the countdown on the screen was ticking. Double insurance. I handed her the remote control with a dry throat. The explosions in the square continued, but were weaker than before. Perhaps the main pipeline had been blown up. Leah ran her fingers over the mark on the back of the remote, a family mark like the one on the back of her neck, dark brown, like a withered maple leaf. 9 minutes left. She shoved the remote into my hands and turned to untie Victor. The old philanthropist was grabbing his subordinate by the collar and roaring, his face stained with the other's nosebleed. Barney squatted in the corner, holding his head in his hands, repeating, "My daughter, my daughter." I looked at the ticking numbers on the countdown. The sky outside the factory was a strange orange-red color, reflected by the fire. Leah's tactical flashlight swept across the ground, revealing a trail of bloody footprints, Tanya's extending from the door to the generator. The whispers of the dead suddenly rang out again. This time it was a clear female voice. "Remember, the backup detonator is in." Then there was the sound of shattering glass, overlapping with the sounds from the scene of the family murder 20 years ago.
"Evan!" Leah's voice brought me back to reality.
She held up a notebook she had taken out of Tanya's bag. The cover had the logo of the Grey Harbor Psychological Clinic printed on it. "The backup detonator may be in the square fountain," I blurted out. The dead man's voice was still ringing in his mind. It was the lab technician's last thought. The cement pipe under the fountain connects all the gas mains. Leah's pupils suddenly contracted. She glanced at the remote in my hand, and the countdown jumped to. We rushed to the factory door at the same time. The wind blew sparks in and made Leah's police badge jingle. 9 minutes. She checked her gun as she ran. Enough to get from here to the square. Not enough. I pulled off my coat and wrapped her hand. The wound on her wrist was still bleeding. But we have to try. The air outside the factory felt like it was on fire, and the smell of burnt plastic made it impossible to open your eyes. There was a sound of sirens in the distance. Barney finally remembered to call for support. Leah's car was parked 50 meters away, the engine still hot. When I got into the driver's seat, I glanced at myself in the rearview mirror. The wrinkles at the corners of my eyes suddenly deepened, as if they were carved by a knife. Every time Whisper of the Dead is used, aging accelerates. But who cares about that now? The countdown is still ticking. Leah put the remote to her ear and suddenly said, "The signal interference is still working." She pressed her knuckles against the car window, and the white mist she exhaled was quickly blown away by the wind. "If we can cut off the main valve under the fountain before the explosion, it'll stop the chain reaction." I stepped on the gas, and the tires skidded on the icy ground. In the rearview mirror, Tanya was pinned to the ground by Victor and Barney. Her laughter pierced through the glass like a needle, piercing the back of her neck. The outline of the square could already be seen, and the metal sculpture of the fountain glowed an eerie golden red in the firelight. The countdown jumped to 0758, and my heartbeat drowned out the roar of the engine. Leah suddenly grabbed my hand. Her palm was still cold, but this time it was warm, the warmth of life. "If we can't survive," her voice was torn apart by the wind, "at least we are together." When I stepped on the brakes, the tires scraped against the ground and gave off a pungent smell of burning. The fountain was right in front of us, and black liquid was oozing out from the cement cracks at the base. It was gas. Countdown. Leah had already rushed out of the car, with her tactical knife pointed at the keyhole of the fountain base. I ran after her, the voice of the dead exploding in my head. The voice that my mother had said when she stuffed me into the attic, secret compartment on that snowy night, 20 years ago. "Don't be afraid, ever. Be like the sun, illuminating all darkness." The lock on the fountain opened with a click. Leah lifted the metal cover, and the densely packed pipes inside looked like a giant black python. Countdown 0.
I saw the main valve at the deepest point with wire wrapped around the rusty handle. Tanya's masterpiece.
As Leah's tactical knife cut the wire, I heard my own breathing, heavy as a broken bellows. She looked back at me, blood dripping from her forehead into her collar, forming a small red flower on her police uniform. Count down. I'll count to 3. She grasped the valve handle, her knuckles white. 1, 2, 3. The moment the valve turned, the sound of explosion from the direction of the square suddenly weakened, but the remote was vibrating in my pocket, and I took it out. The countdown on the screen was still ticking. Leah's hands were suspended in the air, and the blood on her face made her eyes bright. Double insurance. Her voice was as light as a sigh. Tanya is right. I looked at the ticking numbers. In the firelight of the square, I saw the clock in the town hall, pointed to 10:17. The wind blew the ashes onto my face, like a black snow. Leah hooked her finger around my pinky and shook it slightly, just as gently as the kiss in the motel. "What now?" she asked. I touched the whisper of the dead notebook in my pocket, which contained photos of the scene of the family murder case, 20 years ago. In the photo, little Evan hid in the attic secret compartment and saw the murderer's shoes through the gap in the wooden board. They were the same style as the red high heels that Tanya was wearing today. Looking for the final detonation point, I handed her the photo. It was at the scene 20 years ago, in the attic of my childhood. The countdown jumped to 0. Leah's police badge flickered in the firelight like a falling star. We turned and ran to the north of the town, where there was an old house with the chimney on the roof still emitting smoke from 20 years ago. Tanya's laughter came on the wind, harsher than any countdown, but this time, I heard other voices, the whispers of the dead, my mother's voice, all the people who had died in Greyhaven saying, "Don't be afraid, Evan, be like the sun." Countdown. As Leah and I ran across the gravel road, the outline of the old house in the north of town was already visible in the twilight. Memories from 20 years ago came flooding back like a tide. The musty smell in the attic's secret compartment, the glass sugar jar hidden by my mother under the floor, and the red heels glimpsed through the gap, which now overlapped in my temples with the pair that Tanya was wearing today. "We're here." Leah's breath brushed the back of my neck, and her flashlight pierced the crack in the wooden door before I did. When the door panel fell into the house with a creaky sound, dust rose like fog. I squinted and saw that the spider web in the corner was still hanging with raindrops from 20 years ago. On the oak table in the middle, the black metal box was facing us. The digital display screen was jumping 0412, dazzling red. The last tipping point that Tanya mentioned. I wiped the dust off my face, my throat tightening. As soon as my fingers touched the metal box, memories suddenly surged. It was the scene of a dead person's death. A woman in red high heels pushed the box into the secret compartment. Her fingernails painted the same color as blood. I pulled my hand back abruptly, and the skin on the back of my neck began to feel hot. This was a sign that Whisper of the Dead was about to be activated, but I couldn't use it now. The life consumption per hour was too extravagant. "Stand back." Leah grabbed my arm, her badge flashing in the flashlight. "I've seen the bomb disposal manual." "No." I pulled open my coat, revealing the FBI badge at my waist. Although it had been revoked long ago, the metal edge still had calluses from my training. "I have defused 3 homemade bombs in Quantico." Victor and Barney's footsteps came up the stairs. Old-school Detective Barney's breathing sounded like a broken bellows. He held up a rusty toolbox. I helped the town council member to remove the lock of the illegal wine cellar. There were wire cutters inside. Philanthropist Victor's cufflinks flashed, and he handed over a pair of rubber gloves. My wife was a chemistry professor before she died. The stability of this C4 explosive. He paused, his Adam's apple rolled. "I have studied it." The countdown jumped to 0. I put on my gloves. The lock of the metal box is an old-fashioned rotary combination. There is half a piece of red nail polish stuck on the edge, exactly the same as the pattern on Tanya's nail salon membership card. She left a clue on purpose. I turned the dial. The murder happened 20 years ago on October 17, my birthday. The number stopped at 10/17/89, and the lock popped open with a click. The moment the lid of the box was opened, a field of red, blue, and green lines exploded in the light of Leah's flashlight. My temples were throbbing. This was no ordinary homemade bomb. The wires were crisscrossed into a mesh with a mercury switch in the middle that would be triggered by the slightest vibration. Multiple traps. I licked my cracked lips. The main line is at the bottom. We have to cut the interference line first. What do you need? Leah's voice was as steady as an anchor. Tweezers, thin ones. Barney immediately took out a pair of dental curved tweezers from the toolbox. The metal handle was still rusty. Victor held up the flashlight, keeping the beam fixed on my fingertips. On the count of 3, you cut the blue thread. No. I stared at the intersection of the lines, and the whisper of the dead suddenly rang in my ears. It was the neighbor's wife who was murdered that year. The last thing she saw before she died was this line map. Red is misleading, and green is connected to the heavy hammer. Leah's fingers clasped my wrist. Are you sure? Countdowns. I could hear my heartbeat hitting my ribs, like it was hitting a tin bucket. Trust me, I whispered, and the tweezers grasped the green wire. At the moment of cutting, the reflection of the mercury switch shook, but did not move. Next one. Leah's palm pressed against my back like a small fire. The next 2 minutes were like a stretched rubber band. I've defused bombs 3 times, but this time there were tiny pressure sensors hidden in the wiring, and every time I cut one wrong, the sensor would sink. When I cut the final yellow wire, the countdown jumped to 0201, and the sensor's metal tab snapped back into place with a ding. Main fuse. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and pointed the tip of the tweezers at the bottom wire wrapped with black tape. If this one breaks, the bomb will be a dud. Wait. Victor leaned in suddenly, his cufflinks flashing in the light. The marks on the tape are my late wife's laboratory markings. His voice trembled. She studied delayed fuses. This wire may be connected to the backup device. Countdown 0. I stared at the light blue mark, and suddenly remembered Tanya's smile before she was subdued. She knew we would find this place, and knew we would defuse the bomb, so she kept a more ruthless backup plan. The whispers of the dead sounded again. This time it was the mother's voice. There is an iron box under the attic floor, and inside it is your 1-year-old fetal hair. No, that was a memory, not the dead's. Cut. I gritted my teeth and dropped the tweezers. There was a slight click sound. The countdown stopped at 0112, and the red numbers looked like blood that suddenly solidified. Success. Barney's voice was tearful. Leah's fingers pressed down on my shoulders so hard it hurt. Victor took 2 steps back and leaned against the moldy wall, his chest heaving violently. I pulled off my gloves, and the wires in the metal box were still slightly hot. When I bent down to pack up my tools, a piece of white paper slid out from the bottom of the box, with C4 explosive fragments on the corners. The words on it were printed, and each letter looked like it had been carved with a knife. This is just the beginning. The real conspiracy has just begun. Leah leaned over to look, her hair brushing the back of my hand. Who wrote this? Tadia. Barney clutched the toolbox. That woman is very stubborn. No. I touched the indentation on the edge of the note. It was the pattern of a laser printer, the same as the threatening letter left at the scene of the murder 20 years ago. It's the same person. Victor suddenly stood up straight. His pupils shrank into pinpoints in the shadows. You said that the murderer's shoes were the same as Tanya's. So Tanya is just a pawn. I folded the note and put it in the pocket, where I kept my childhood photos, and the notes of the dead whispering. The real chess players are still watching us. The wind outside the attic suddenly grew stronger, making the window frames clang. I heard the sound of sirens getting closer and closer in the distance. It meant support had arrived, but at this moment, I stared at the words on the note, and the skin on the back of my neck began to feel hot again. Not because of Whisper of the Dead, but because of some colder intuition crawling over me. The real conspiracy has just begun. These words were like a fine needle, piercing into all my wounds. As I tucked the note into my breast pocket, my fingertips brushed against the edge of the childhood photo through the fabric. It was a faded Kodak snapshot of little Evan in overalls squatting on the pilings of the old Grey Harbor Pier, with his father's fishing boat, the Herring Gull, behind him the boat that later sank to the bottom of Lake Michigan along with his father. "To Tanya's factory," I said into the attic dust, my voice hitting the musty rafters. The sirens of support were already approaching downstairs, but I stared at the remaining C4 fragments in the toolbox, and my back teeth were sore from clenching them. The threatening letter at the scene of the murder 20 years ago used the same laser printing pattern, and Tanya's shoe print matched that of the murderer. This was not a coincidence. Someone was passing clues to me, or worse, setting me up. Leah pinned the badge back on her collar. The metal buckle clicked. "I'll ask the backup to block the perimeter of the factory first." Her police boots rolled over the broken glass on the floor, and her hair brushed my shoulders with a minty scent. "Barney, are you familiar with the structure of the factory?" The old detective's Adam's apple moved. There were coffee stains on the cuffs of his uniform, left when he knocked over a mug in the police station lounge last week. I should have noticed earlier that this old policeman, who always said he was mucking around before retirement, would stare at the abandoned factory at the east end of town every time he mentioned it. Tanya. She rented the third floor of the textile factory as a warehouse. He took out a wrinkled keychain with a rusty anchor pendant hanging on the metal ring. I'll take you there." Victor suddenly laughed, the kind of laugh that comforts orphans at a charity gala. His wrists, bound with plastic restraints, were pressed against the radiator, his knuckles turning white. "Mr. Hastings, you should know that the last words my wife said before she died were, 'The fog in Greyhaven is about to clear.'" His blue eyes shone in the shadows. "Perhaps what you are looking for is thicker than the fog." The factory's iron gates swayed in the 3 o'clock wind in the morning, making an old groan. Leah shone a tactical flashlight at the door lintel. The red-painted words Grey Harbor Textile Factory 1923 had faded to pink. The smell seeping from the crack in the door made me wrinkle my nose. It was the smell of motor oil mixed with blood and rust. Exactly the same smell as the basement of my house 20 years ago. Barney inserted the key and turned it 3 times before the lock popped open with a click. The darkness within the door poured out like a living thing, and Leah's flashlight swept across the piled-up spindles and rusted looms, and the beam stopped on the drag mark in the corner of the wall. There were 2 parallel deep grooves, mixed with dark red spots. I squatted down and wiped it with my thumb. It was half-dried blood, AB type, which matched the blood type of the victim in the convenience store shooting last week. "This way," Leah's voice came from the end of the workshop. Her flashlight shone on a brick wall covered in mildew. There were fresh scratches in the joints between the bricks, as if they had been picked open by the tip of a knife. I touched the crack in the wall, and my fingertips smelled of nitrocellulose, the same stabilizer component in C4 explosives. When we pushed open the secret door together, the musty smell suddenly turned into the scent of sandalwood. Behind the door was a secret room of 5 square meters. On the wall hung a beautifully framed oil painting. In the painting, a woman wearing a pearl necklace was stroking a black cat. It was a portrait of Victor's deceased wife, exactly the same as the one he donated to the town library. "Damn it," Barney's voice trembled, and his flashlight swept across the metal cabinet in the corner. This is Tanya's private area. It was locked when I was on patrol last week." Leah put on rubber gloves and opened the drawer. A stack of documents was neatly stacked on the top shelf. I glanced at the Grey Harbor Town municipal plan on the cover, and in the lower right corner, was the gold-plated emblem of the Anvil Society, a symbol I had seen in the FBI files, belonging to an underground criminal organization active in the Great Lakes region, specializing in arms smuggling and political infiltration. Diary. Leah pulled out a leather notebook with the same Anvil emblem on the cover. She turned to the latest page, the flashlight flickering on the paper. On September 17, the C4 test was successful, and the underground pipeline layout of the City Hall has been confirmed. Victor's mood swings are under control, and Barney's greed needs another bone. The real game is to wait until the detective's talent awakens to its limit. The closer he gets to the truth, the closer he gets to death. My temple was throbbing. The side effects of Whisper of the Dead have begun to take effect. The skin on the back of my neck feels like it's been polished by sandpaper, and I can probably see new wrinkles at the corners of my eyes in the mirror. I snatched the diary and turned to an earlier page. July 3. Contacted Tanya and infiltrated the police force as a psychiatrist. Focus: Hastings' childhood trauma and the truth behind the sinking of his father's fishing boat. Fishing boat? When I looked up, Leah's face suddenly became blurry. My memory is like a film being pulled, and I can see my father's appearance before he went out to sea for the last time. He ruffled my hair and said he would bring me blue stones from Lake Michigan. Later, fishermen found his coat in the shallows, with half a blue stone in his pocket, and a crumpled piece of paper with the same pattern as the one in his breast pocket now. That's when the gunshots rang out. The first bullet grazed Leah's ear and hit the wall, stirring up brick dust that fell into her police hat. I dragged her behind the loom, and Victor was knocked into the spindle pile by me, and the restraints made a hissing sound as they rubbed against the metal edges. Barney reacted faster than I thought. He crouched over the operating table and took out the pistol hidden in the machine. It was not the Glock pistol issued by the police station, but a modified Beretta pistol with a faded blue ribbon wrapped around the barrel.
They are from the Anvil Society. Leah's voice was unusually calm. She fished out tear gas from her tactical waste bag. They are wearing Kevlar tactical vests with the Anvil emblem on the left chest. I stuck my head out and saw 3 men in black rushing in from the secret door. One of them was holding an M4 carbine, and the silencer on the muzzle flashed a cold light. Victor suddenly growled, and he broke free from his restraints at some point. He picked up half a spindle and threw it at the man with the carbine. The guy's head tilted, and the spindle brushed against his ear and hit the wall, breaking into white cotton wool. "Don't you want to live, old man?" The man with the carbine spoke with an Eastern European accent and turned the gun towards Victor. As I lunged forward, I felt a burning pain in my left shoulder, a pistol bullet that had grazed my collarbone. Leah's tear gas exploded in the crowd, and coughing sounds were heard in the white smoke. I took the opportunity to touch the Beretta pistol that fell to the ground. When I pulled the trigger, I found that Barney's gun was loaded with armor-piercing bullets. The bullet penetrated the tactical vest and exploded blood on the man's chest. The battle was over faster than it began. When the last enemy's throat was pressed against Leah's baton, the morning mist had already filled the workshop. I covered the wound on my left shoulder. Blood soaked my shirt and dripped onto the tattoo of the Anvil Society members. It was a red-hot anvil with the words Grey Harbor Town engraved on the surface. The secret base mentioned in the diary. Leah flipped through the dead man's phone, the bright light from the screen illuminating the sweat on her forehead. The coordinates are at the warehouse in Area B of the old dock, only 2 blocks away from your old house. I stared at the map on my phone, and the skin on the back of my neck started to feel hot again. 20 years ago, in the basement of my old house, there was also a box with an Anvil badge. Inside was a list of smuggled arms that my father had not had time to turn in. Later, a fire burned down the entire house, and the list disappeared along with my mother's pearl necklace. "It's time to go." Leah put her phone in her pocket and turned to help Victor, but there was nothing behind the pile of spindles.
Only a broken piece of binding, stained with pale golden fibers, the material of Victor's custom-made shirts. "Barney?" I called. The old detective service pistol lay beside the operating table, with half of the blue ribbon on the barrel torn off. In the morning mist outside the window there was a faint sound of an engine, like the roar of a fishing boat starting up. Leah shone her flashlight on the ground, and I looked in the direction of the light. On the wet concrete floor, 2 sets of footprints led to the secret door. One set of footprints were from expensive handmade leather shoes, and the other set of footprints were from worn police boots. The 2 sets of footprints overlapped and disappeared in the morning mist. I touched my breast pocket. The note was still there, as was the photo of my father. There was also the notebook that recorded the number of times Whisper of the Dead had been used. The numbers on the last page were soaked in blood. 37 times, 1 hour of life flowing backwards each time. My actual age now should be... "Evan?" Leah put her hand on my shoulder. "We have to go." I looked at the morning mist outside the secret door, where there was a faint scent of sandalwood, exactly the same smell as the oil painting in the secret room. The direction where Victor and Barney's footprints disappeared was facing the warehouse in Area B of the old dock, and it was also facing the place I dreamed of countless times in my childhood, the waters where my father's fishing boat sank, and the direction of my mother's last scream before she was engulfed by fire. The wind suddenly grew stronger, blowing up the blood drops on the ground and drawing crooked lines on the concrete floor. I heard my hoarse voice saying, "Go," but my eyes were fixed on the 2 disappearing footprints in the morning mist, and the skin on the back of my neck was so hot that it almost cracked. The real conspiracy has just begun, and I, perhaps from the very beginning, have been the most crucial piece in this game. I stared at the 2 sets of overlapping footprints in the morning mist. The skin on the back of my neck felt like it was roasted by fire. That was the warning before the Whisper of the Dead ability was activated. But this time it was not because of the dead, but some more ancient danger was approaching. Leah's hand was on my shoulder, the warmth of her palm seeping through her leather jacket, and I smelled the gun oil on her holster, mixed with the faint scent of sandalwood in the morning mist. I suddenly remembered that rainy night 20 years ago when my mother knelt in front of the fireplace and burned family portraits, and the same sandalwood scent wafted in the air as the firewood crackled. "Evan." Leah lowered her voice and tapped my shoulders twice with her knuckles. "Barney's police boot prints are size 42. Victor's leather shoes are custom made, and the inside of the heels are worn. His right foot turns slightly inward when he walks, which is consistent with the gait I saw in the town hall surveillance." A finger traced an arc along the direction of the footprints. They went to Area B of the old dock. The warehouse complex there was acquired by the Marlowe Foundation 10 years ago. They said they were going to transform it into an arts center. But when I checked last month, the perimeter was fully equipped with military infrared. I touched my breast pocket and felt the corner of my father's old photo pressing against my ribs. The address written in blood on the note is still there. It was written by Tanya with a pen stuck into her palm before she was subdued. She said Warehouse Number 7, Zone B, holds all the secrets, but now it seems that she may have been waiting for us to come from the beginning. I counted the red crosses on the Whisper of the Dead notebook. The 37th use was half an hour ago, when I read the secret door code from the guard whose throat was cut. Warm liquid suddenly gushed out of my left eye, and another crack appeared on the mirror. "Let's go." I pulled Leah's sleeve, and the barrel of the gun formed a hard arc at her waist. They set out 20 minutes earlier than us, but Barney has an old injury on his leg. If he walks too fast, he will limp. Victor has to wait for him, so we still have a chance. The iron gate in the alley behind the factory creaked. Leah stuck her head out first. Rain dripped down the brim of her tactical helmet onto the ground, creating fine pits on the bluestone slabs. We moved along the wall towards the dock. The abandoned car skeletons squatted on the roadside like black monsters. Water accumulated in the rusted hoods, reflecting the leaden gray sky. When I passed the third intersection, I smelled gunpowder, very faint, mixed with the salty smell of rust and seawater, which was the residue of the Glock 17. The third trash can on the left. Leah's voice was like broken ice, and the muzzle of her gun was raised. I followed her gaze, and saw half a combat boot, exposed behind the dark green trash can. There was a lightning-shaped scratch on the boot upper, exactly the same as the equipment of the mercenaries under Tanya. 3 people, 2 behind the barrel, and 1 on the second floor windowsill. I licked my cracked lips, my temple throbbing. This was a sign that Whisper of the Dead was about to get out of control. Last week, when I used my ability to read the memory of the 4th victim in the serial case, I woke up and found that I had 3 more white hairs in the mirror. Now my actual age should be, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there is a place reserved for me in the cemetery in Grey Harbor Town. Leah's gun went off first. The glass on the second floor shattered into starbursts, and a man in a tactical vest fell from the window with half a piece of shrapnel stuck in the back of his neck. The 2 men behind the barrel raised their guns at the same time. I rushed over and pushed Lee away. The bullet grazed my ear and hit the wall. The flying lime powder fell into my eyes, stinging me so much that I almost went blind. In the chaos, I reached for the Glock at my waist and fired 2 shots. The one on the left fell down, holding his thigh, while the one on the right was still pulling the trigger, until Leah's dagger stabbed into his wrist. It was a bone-handled hunting knife, passed down from her grandfather, with the Crawford family's iris engraved on the handle. He's looking at his watch. Leah pulled off the man's tactical gloves, revealing the Casio on his wrist. The second hand stopped at 47 minutes. They are stalling for time. I squatted down and turned up the man's collar. There was a faded tattoo below his collarbone, a half-opened mandala, exactly the same as the one in the oil painting on the wall of Tanya's office. I held his eyelids, and the ability of Whisper of the Dead poured into his brain like boiling lead, and the last 30 seconds of memory flashed before my eyes. The damp warehouse, Victor standing in the shadows in handmade leather shoes, Barney holding his waist and coughing, saying wait for another 10 minutes until the alarm system is activated. When Victor smiled, his back teeth were exposed, and his gold teeth shone coldly under the light. He said, "Tell them that Hastings' blood can awaken the real secret." I suddenly let go of my hand. The man's eyes were still open, and my face was reflected in his pupils. The blood vessels on his left temple were bulging purple, and the wrinkles at the end of his eyes were deep enough to hide a coin. Leah held my shaking shoulders, and her fingers suddenly paused when they touched the back of my neck. "Evan, your hair." I touched the back of my neck, and felt a few strands of silver on my fingertips. 37 times. Each time my life went backwards for 1 hour. Now my biological age should be 50 years old, or worse. I was 12 years old on the day of my mother's funeral, and I was 10 when my father's fishing boat sank, and the little boy tied to the mast in Victor's painting clearly had the same blue eyes as me. Keep going. I pulled off my coat and covered my head. The rain poured in through my collar, making me shiver. What they want is time, and we won't give it to them. The iron gate of Area B of the old dock was half open, and the electronic lock on the gate post had been cut off by hydraulic shears, and oil was still dripping from the cut. Leah shone her tactical flashlight on the ground. There were fresh tire tracks on the wet concrete military jeeps, at least 3 of them. We slipped in through the gate. The warehouses were squatting in the rain like silent giants. The iron door of warehouse number 7 had a new lock on it, and the half key was inserted in the keyhole, shining with brass light under the flashlight. "Stand back." I raised the gun. The bullet hit the lock cylinder. Sparks flew and burned my wrist. The moment the door opened, an alarm exploded like thunder, and red flashlights rotated on the ceiling, illuminating the iron boxes on the floor. Each box was labeled biological agents, and on the innermost wall hung an oil painting of a little boy tied to a mast with a burning fishing boat in the background, exactly the same as the one in the secret room. trap. Leah pointed her gun at the corridor on the second floor, where 3 men with shotguns stood. One of them was wearing Barney's police hat, with the brim pulled down low, revealing half of his swollen face. I recognized him as an old police officer from the town police station, who had helped me check the fire records from 20 years ago last week. Now his police badge had been torn off, and what was pinned on his chest was a mandala tattoo. Evan Hastings. Barney's voice came from deep in the warehouse. He was leaning on a cane, and his police boots made a harsh sound on the ground. Do you think you are the savior? You are just Mr. Marlowe's hound. Victor followed behind him. The philanthropist's suit was neatly tailored, his cufflinks gleaming under the flashlight, and in his left hand he held a black metal box. The lid of the box was engraved with the Crawford family's iris, exactly the same as the handle of Leah's dagger.
Welcome to the core of the truth, Evan. Victor's voice was like a knife dipped in honey. Why did your father's fishing boat sink? Why was there no body found at the scene of your mother's fire? And Sheriff Leah, do you think the family mark is just a genetic disease? He patted the metal box. The answer is in here, but you have to learn how to be a chess piece first.
Gunshots were heard in the corridor, and Leah pulled me behind an iron box. Bullets hit the iron sheet, splashing sparks. I touched the spare magazine at my waist and counted 6 rounds, while there were at least 8 people on the opposite side. Rainwater leaked from the broken roof, dripping on the metal box, making a tinkling sound. Suddenly, I smelled a strong scent of sandalwood. It came from the metal box in Victor's arms, exactly the same smell as the oil paintings in the secret room in the morning mist. Leah's dagger flew past my ear and hit the gunman on the left side of the second floor. I took the opportunity to lean forward and shoot. The gunman on the right fell down, holding his thigh. The one in the middle raised his gun and aimed at Leah. The moment I pulled the trigger, the skin on the back of my neck was so hot that it almost cracked. The ability of Whisper of the Dead surged up uncontrollably. I saw myself lying in a pool of blood. Leah's dagger was stuck in Victor's chest. The metal box was opened, and inside was a female corpse wrapped in white gauze. Her face was exactly the same as the photo of my mother when she was young. The alarm suddenly stopped, leaving only the sound of dripping rain in the warehouse. Victor's laughter swept across my eardrums like a snake's tongue, and he clapped his hands. 4 more men with assault rifles emerged from the corridor, all pointing their guns at it. Barney limped over to him, the police badge dangling on his chest, and I realized that it was not a police badge but a metal relief of a mandala flower. Now Victor's gold teeth gleamed in the darkness. It's time to talk about your ending. Raindrops were dripping down my chin onto the ground. Exactly the same rain that had fallen on the day of my mother's funeral 20 years ago. I touched my breast pocket. My father's photo was still there. The address on the note was still there. And the last page of the Whispers of the Dead notebook was soaked in blood. 37 times. 1 hour of life flowing backwards each time. Now my actual age may be old enough to see through all the lies. Leah's hand quietly grasped my wrist. Her palm was full of cold sweat, but her grip was like an iron clamp. The gunman on the corridor began to walk down, and the sound of leather boots echoed in the empty warehouse like some kind of ancient death knell. The moment Victor opened the metal box, the smell of sandalwood was suddenly so strong that it was nauseating. I saw half a bloody pendant lying at the bottom of the box. It was exactly the same as the one I lost in my childhood. The blue-eyed pendant carved out of shells by my mother. You think you can stop us? Victor's voice was filled with ecstasy. 20 years ago I failed to get Hastings' blood. 20 years later, you brought it to my door. The sounds of assault rifle safety pins being pulled came one after another, and Leah's breath sprayed in my ear. On the count of 3, roll to the left. I stared at the shadow behind Victor. There was a half-open door. The light leaking through the crack reflected several swaying figures. Were they reinforcements, or something more sinister? The rain was still falling, wetting the white gauze in the metal box. I heard my own hoarse voice say, "What?" And Victor's smile hides the darkest secret of the entire Grey Harbor town. When I counted to 1, Leah's nails almost dug into the bones of my wrist. Rainwater from the warehouse dome flowed down the ventilation ducts, creating dense puddles on the metal floor. The half-open door behind Victor was suddenly pushed open, and 3 thugs with shotguns rushed in. They were not reinforcements, but a damn backup. 2. My throat felt like it was clogged with a rag soaked in rusty water. Leah's tactical boots made a sharp sound on the ground, and we rolled to the left at the same time into the shadow between 2 rows of shelves. Bullets from the assault rifle swept over immediately, splashing blue-white sparks on the steel plate of the shelf, less than 10 centimeters away from my temple.
"Barney, watch the back door." Victor's voice mixed with the buzzing of the alarm. "Don't let this pair of bastards get away." The old-school detective shrank his neck and moved towards the small door. When his fat back rubbed against the metal box, the shell pendant at the bottom of the box suddenly made a crisp sound. It was exactly the same as the one my mother stuffed into my palm on my 5th birthday. Even the notch was in the same position.
Leah dragged me into the pipe area. There are industrial pipes as thick as thumbs coiled here, and the smell of rust mixed with engine oil is so choking that people can't open their eyes. I felt a loose screw and knocked on the pipe wall 3 times. This was the code we used during our FBI special training, which means observe the environment and find a breakthrough. She tapped my palm 4 times quickly. The electronic control console is at 3 o'clock. There may be a short circuit. I looked through the crack in the pipe. Victor's men were divided into 2 groups to encircle the enemy. One group pressed forward with M4 carbines, while the other group held riot shields to block the retreat. Tanya was tied to an iron frame in the corner. Her neatly combed chestnut curly hair was now in disarray, but she was still smiling. That smile was like a poisoned knife tip. "Evan, do you think you can beat fate? The blood of the Hastings family should have dried up 20 years ago." Leah suddenly tugged at the corner of my clothes. I followed her gaze. Next to the console was a half-opened box of capacitors, with wires sticking out like snakes from a metal cabinet. "Remember the bomb we defused at Quantico?" she said, her voice as soft as a breath. "The short-circuit main switch creates 3 seconds of darkness, long enough to grab 2 guns." My temples were throbbing. The after effects of using Whisper of the Dead were beginning to take effect. I read the memory of the 3rd victim early yesterday morning. Now every time I blink I can see wrinkles at the corners of my eyes. But I couldn't care about all that at the moment. I took out the pen from my pocket. The pen cap was hollow, and half a piece of broken glass was hidden inside. 3. Leah and I stood up at the same time. Her tactical knife cut the nearest wire, and as blue sparks flew up, I stabbed the capacitor interface with broken glass. The entire control console exploded in an orange-red fireball. The alarm suddenly rose to an ear-piercing scream. Several men were knocked over by the airwave, and the riot shields hit the ground with a dull thud. "Catch them!" Victor's roar was torn apart by the sound of electric current. I pounced on the nearest henchman, hit his Adam's apple with my elbow, and snatched the M4 away. Leah was even more ruthless. She picked up the shotgun that fell on the ground and smashed the butt of the gun directly on the other man's knee. The sound of broken cartilage mixed with the man's screams echoed in the warehouse. "Victor," I yelled while changing the magazine. "Old man Barney sold you out long ago. The 200,000 he collected at the dock last week was not your hard work fee at all." I saw Barney's face turn pale instantly, and the fat man subconsciously touched the gun on his waist. He was indeed taking kickbacks from both sides, and I found the transfer record in his old car 3 days ago. Victor's pupils shrank into pinpoints. His once elegant fingers pinched the back of Barney's neck. "You dare?" Barney's fat was shaking like jelly. "Mr. Marlowe, I am absolutely loyal to you." Before he could finish his words, Victor's gun went off. The bullet grazed Barney's ear and was lodged in the wall. The old detective collapsed on the ground. The smell of urine mixed with burnt smell making it impossible for him to open his eyes. The opportunity has come. I dragged Leah into the pipe compartment, with bullets chasing our shadows behind us. She suddenly stopped and kicked open a rusty iron plate, revealing a half-person high ventilation duct underneath. The core area is underground. Her tactical flashlight illuminated the iron ladder. I've seen the mine blueprints from 20 years ago in the town archives. We climbed down the iron ladder. The metal steps were covered in ice. My shoes slipped, and my knees hit the iron, almost breaking my back teeth in pain. The space below suddenly opened up, and on the wall hung yellowed photos. Victor's wedding photo with a woman in a nurse's uniform, who was wearing a pendant around her neck that matched the half in the metal box. It's his wife. Leah's voice trembled. 20 years ago she was a nurse at Grey Harbor Hospital. She died of complications during childbirth and was buried in the East Cemetery, but the files say that her body, that was dug out. I touched the dust on the edge of the photo and felt a dark brown mark on my fingertips. It was blood. There were dozens of locked metal boxes piled in the corner. The top one was not closed tightly, revealing a half-blood-stained baby jumpsuit. The same one embroidered with the same blue-eye pattern as the one my mother lost at the murder scene. Tanya's laughter suddenly came from above her head. We looked up and saw her standing in the air duct, the remote in her hand. Congratulations on finding the treasure. She pressed a button, and the wall began to vibrate. But unfortunately, this place will go to hell with you. The red alarm light flashed wildly behind her, and the electronic voice mechanically repeated, "Self-destruction program activated. Remaining time, 10 minutes. Leah rushed over to grab the remote control, but was kicked in the stomach by her. I raised my gun and aimed, but Tanya shoved the remote into her mouth. She bit something, and black blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The countdown can't be changed. The curse of the Hastings family is finally going to..." Before she finished her words, her body collapsed like a rag doll, and the back of her neck revealed the same dark red birthmark as Leah's. "That's..." Leah stood up, holding her stomach, and touched the back of her neck with trembling fingertips. "It's the same as the marks on the victims of serial killers." The shaking became more and more intense, and rubble from the ceiling fell down on our heads. I dragged her to the metal box in the corner, and smashed the lock with the butt of the gun. It was full of videotapes, and the top one was labeled 1999-10. In the picture I was 5 years old, and hiding in the closet. Through the gap, I saw the man with the blue eye pendant raising a knife. "Let's go." Leah pulled me towards the iron ladder. "The exit is deep in the mine." I remember. Time remaining, 5 minutes. As we climbed to the ground level, the warehouse's supporting pillars broke with a teeth-grinding sound. Victor stood in the ruins, covering his bleeding arm. The metal box behind him had disappeared. I must get Hastings' blood. His men surrounded them from all directions with guns raised. Above their heads, turbid groundwater seeped out of the cracks in the ceiling. It was the water from Lake Michigan. The mine was about to collapse. Leah shone her tactical flashlight at the fire axe in the corner, and we rushed over at the same time. The bullet flew past my ear. I picked up an axe and cut the nearest water pipe. The high-pressure water stream knocked the minions all over the place. Leah's shotgun blasted open the side door, and cold wind wrapped in rain poured in. I saw a black pickup truck parked on the asphalt road outside the door, with the engine running. It was Barney's car, and the key was still in the ignition. Time remaining, 3 minutes. We stumbled out into the rain, the roar of a warehouse collapsing behind us. I looked back, and saw Victor buried under reinforced concrete, still struggling to climb into the metal box in his arms. Leah started the pickup truck. The firelight in the rearview mirror became brighter and brighter. She suddenly grabbed my hand and pointed at the dashboard. There lay half a shell pendant, which fit perfectly with the half in the metal box and glowed a faint blue light in the rainy night. Time remaining 2 minutes. The car radio suddenly turned on automatically, and a vague nursery rhyme came from the noise of the electric current. The blue-eyed doll hides the code of blood. Leah swerved the steering wheel to avoid the gravel on the road. I felt the sudden pain on the back of my neck. There, a dark red birthmark had appeared there, exactly the same as Tanya's and those victims. Time remaining 1 minute. The windshield wipers were swinging wildly, and the road ahead was cut off by a landslide. Leah slammed on the brakes and we both looked at the car clock. The red numbers were counting down, and with every tick my heart skipped a beat. She turned to look at me, the rain dripping down her eyelashes. "Evan, you said the other side of the mine." Time remaining 30 seconds. I took out the shell pendant from my pocket and touched it with Leah's half, making a crisp sound. Sirens sounded in the distance, but it was too late. In the firelight from the direction of the warehouse, I seemed to see my 5-year-old self again, huddled in the closet, listening to the footsteps outside getting closer and closer. Time remaining 10 seconds. Leah held my hand and rubbed her fingertips over the age spots that suddenly appeared on the back of my hand, the signs of accelerated aging caused by Whisper of the Dead. She smiled, the same smile she had when we first met in the morgue. At least we are closer to the truth. 3, 2, 1. The blast overturned the pickup truck, sending glass fragments raining down like a rainstorm. I grabbed Leah's hand in the dark and felt her pulse beating, once, twice, overlapping with my own. In the distance, the red light of the self-destruction countdown flickered through the smoke, like a blue eye that never closed, staring at the darkest secrets of Greyhaven town. My eardrums were still buzzing, and the blast from the explosion carried broken glass across my cheek, causing a burning pain. Rain mixed with blood dripped into my eyes. I blinked and barely saw Leah's face. Half of her hair was stuck to her forehead. The sleeve of her police uniform was torn, and there was a bleeding scratch on the exposed arm, but her hand was still tightly clasped around mine, and her body temperature passed through our clammy skin like an unquenchable fire. Remaining time, 58 minutes and 12 seconds. An electronic synthesized voice came from the self-destruct device in the corner of the warehouse. The dazzling red light turned Victor Mallow's face blue-gray. He stood in the shadow 5 meters away, his suit still straight, his cufflinks glowing coldly in the firelight, as if he was just attending a charity dinner. Detective Barney stood to his right, his old-fashioned revolver pressed against the back of the neck of a young policeman, the guy we had had coffee with this morning, who was now shaking like a leaf. "Mr. Hastings." Victor's voice was still as gentle as ever, as if he was persuading people to donate money for charity. "You see, the secrets of Grey Harbor Town are not something that people like you who want to leave after having enough fun can bear." The men behind him slowly surrounded us, and the light from their tactical flashlights swept over Leah and me. The bald guy in the front row has an eagle tattoo behind his ear. I saw it in the morgue. It belonged to a person who was dumped in the junkyard last week. Leah's fingers moved gently in my palm.
I knew she was asking what to do.
The rain dripped down her chin into her collar, and I could feel her pulse beating so fast that it almost broke free from her skin. I touched the shell pendant in my trouser pocket. Half of it was with me, and the other half was with her. It was the one we found at the scene of a family murder 20 years ago, and it had turned white due to being soaked in blood. "Electromagnetic interference," I said, lowering my voice. "Their thermal imagers and intercoms are electronic devices. Go to the east control console and find the blue circuit board." Leia's pupils shrank. She knew better than anyone how precise the operation was required to activate electromagnetic interference, but she didn't say anything. When she turned around, she created a gust of wind, and her police boots broke a piece of glass. I stared at the bald man closest to me. The safety of his tactical rifle was on. At a time like this, hesitating for half a second would result in me becoming a corpse. "Get started." I gritted my teeth and shouted at Leah, while rushing towards the distribution box on the left. The metal casing was deformed by the explosion. I used my elbow to unlock the lock, and the wiring inside was like a tree root struck by lightning. The rain seeped in, making a hissing sound on the copper wires. I pulled my shirt tail open to wrap around my hands, and pulled out 2 exposed wires, red for positive, and black for negative. Those were the crap I learned as a bomb diffuser in the FBI, that now saved my life. Sizzle. The electromagnetic pulse wave swept across the entire warehouse like an invisible wave. The bald man's rifle suddenly jammed, and the safety pin popped out with a click. Smoke came out of Barney's walkie-talkie, and the smell of burning mixed with rainwater penetrated into his nose. Victor's cufflinks sparkled, the cufflinks inlaid with sapphires. I remembered that in the crime scene photo from 20 years ago, there was also a similar cufflink in my mother's jewelry box, and a yellowed note was pressed at the bottom of the box. To my beloved Elizabeth, from Victor. Fuck. The bald man cursed, and swung the butt of his gun at him. I bent down to avoid it, grabbed his wrist with my backhand and pulled him towards my chest, and pressed my knee against his ribs. He groaned and the gun fell to the ground. It was then that I noticed the age spots on the back of his hands, exactly the same as the spots that suddenly appeared on the back of my hands when I used Whisper of the Dead to read the memories of the victims of the explosion. You've used that thing too. I pinched his Adam's apple and his pupils contracted instantly. Whisper of the Dead. He gasped, blood foam spraying on my face. They said, if you use it 10 times, you can see Elizabeth. Elizabeth is Victor's deceased wife, and also a good friend of my mother in the murder case 20 years ago. I suddenly remembered that when I was 5 years old, I was hiding in the closet and heard the man in leather shoes say, what Elizabeth wants is a complete soul, and the blood of this family is not pure enough. Then came my mother's scream and my father's last shout of run. The bald man's breathing became weaker and weaker. I let go of his hand and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the backlash of Whisper of the Dead surged up, and his temples felt like they were being nailed by steel nails. Some fragments flashed before his eyes. There was a password door on the 3rd underground floor of the warehouse, and the password was Elizabeth's birthday. Mate, I touched the corner of my eye, and suddenly there was a deep wrinkle there. The me in the mirror should look like a 60-year-old man at this moment, right? Evan. Leah's voice came from the 2nd floor of the warehouse. I looked up and saw her standing on the twisted iron frame, holding a tactical knife in her hand, the tip of the knife against the back of Tanya's neck. The psychologist who always made tea with a smile in the psychological counseling room of the town hospital now had disheveled hair and a smudged makeup on her face. She was holding a red button in her hand, and her fingernails were stained the same color as blood. Dear Sheriff, Tanya's laughter sounded like rusty gears. Do you think you can win by turning off the self-destruct program? Look at your feet. The moment Leah lowered her head, I saw green liquid oozing out from the cracks in the floor tiles at her feet and spreading along the soles of her boots. Victor had touched Barney's revolver at some point, with the muzzle pointed at Leah's back. The moment I pounced over, I heard a click, the sound of a revolver being loaded. Bang! It wasn't gunfire. It was Leah's tactical knife that stabbed into Tanya's wrist. The red button fell to the ground and rolled to my feet. Victor's gun went off, and the bullet flew past Leah's ear and hit the wall, creating a spark. I picked up the rifle on the ground and smashed it at Victor's knee. He staggered and fell, his cufflinks bounced twice on the ground and rolled into the green liquid. The code is May 12, 1967. I yelled to Leah, Sub-basement 3 control panel. She nodded, turned and ran towards the stairs. Barney took the opportunity to pounce on him, his police badge still pinned on his chest, glowing coldly in the green light. I hit him on the temple with the butt of my gun, and he fell down without even a sound. Victor got up and tried to run, but I grabbed him by the collar and pinned him to the ground. A photo fell out of his suit pocket. Young Elizabeth was holding a baby, and on the baby's wrist there was something exactly like the silver bracelet that had been passed down from generation to generation in Leah's family. You already knew that Leah was Elizabeth's granddaughter, I said, pinching the photo. So you lured her to Grey Harbor Town and used her blood to revive your wife? Victor suddenly laughed, and his tears came out. Do you think this is just my game? Mr. Hastings, why did your mother protect Elizabeth's child? Do you think the fire 20 years ago was an accident? I felt a chill on the back of my neck. At this time, Leah's voice came from underground. The countdown has stopped. Evan, come here. Her voice was suddenly interrupted by a cough. I rushed down the stairs and saw Leah covering her mouth in front of the control console on the third underground floor. A line of words popped up on the monitor in front of her. The gas release program has been activated. Remaining time, 10 minutes. Green smoke poured in from the vents like a living creature, crawling along the corner of the wall towards our feet. Tanya followed at some point. She leaned over the console, the blood from her wrist dripping onto the keyboard, and changed her. Surprise. Her voice became weaker and weaker. The secret of Grey Harbor Town should be taken to the grave to be romantic enough. Leah rushed over to grab her, but Tanya's hand suddenly dropped and became completely motionless. I looked at the console and saw the red gas concentration number jumping wildly. 20. The exit is locked. Leah kicked the metal door, but it didn't budge. The code has been changed. I pulled my shirt off to cover my mouth and nose. The green smoke had a sweet almond smell. Leah's eyes began to turn red. She pulled off the silk scarf from the collar of her police uniform and tied it around my face. Our fingers intertwined in the smoke, like two matches about to burn out. Do you remember the first time we met? Leah's voice was a little muffled. You were squatting in the morgue eating hamburgers and saying the dead are more honest than the living. I laughed, but my throat felt like it was on fire. My memory suddenly flashed back to the wardrobe when I was 5 years old. The light leaking in through the cracks in the wood was a bit like the green light now. At that moment I heard footsteps stop outside the door, and then the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Now I hear a rustling sound coming from the ventilation duct. Is it the poisonous gas spreading, or is there something crawling along the pipe? Time remaining 3 minutes. The console suddenly sounded a prompt. Leah's flashlight beam swept across the wall, revealing a rusty vent about 30 centimeters in diameter. She looked at me, and I looked at her. We both knew that might be the only way out. But the green mist coming out of the vent became thicker, like a snake spitting out its tongue. My throat felt as if there was a lump of red-hot charcoal stuck in it, and every breath I took tasted the sweetness of rust. When Leah wrapped the scarf around my mouth and nose, her fingertips brushed my chin, and the temperature reminded me of the freezer in the morgue. That day, I was squatting beside the dissection table, eating a hamburger, and she pushed the door open in her white coat, and the sound of her high heels tapping on the tiles was like tapping on my nerves. The dead don't lie, but the living do, she had said then, and now her voice, muffled by her scarf, seemed to be repeating that warning. The electronic voice of the control console came through the green fog. Time remaining 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The rust on the vent glowed bluish-gray under the flashlight, and the round hole, with a diameter of 30 centimeters, looked like an open dead fish eye. I recalled the memory I had obtained from the corpse of that minion half an hour ago. The last scene he saw was the supervisor patting the ventilation duct and saying, "Use this to escape in an emergency." And there was a sound of metal colliding in the background, exactly the same as the rustling sound coming from the vent now. Follow me closely. I tugged at Leah's sleeve. The gas mask had long been locked in the safe by that crazy woman Tanya. Now we could only bet that the air in the ventilation duct was cleaner. The green mist climbed up the wall, like a living thing, licking our ankles. I stepped on the bullet casings scattered on the ground, and the metal hurt my feet. This was the private gun hidden by Old Man Barney. When I subdued him just now, he was still shouting the rules of Grey Harbor Town cannot be broken. But now he has become a stumbling block. The moment I turned the corner, there was a loud sound of metal friction. I dragged Leah towards the shelf next to us, and the rusty iron shelf was knocked against with a loud clanging sound. Red light pierced through the mist. 3 mechanical guards were turning out from the end of the corridor, and the gears at their joints were clattering. The warning lights on their chests flickered, like monsters with 3 red eyes. That crazy woman Tanya didn't even turn off the guards. Or was it released deliberately as a death warrant? There's a crack in the joint on the right. Leah's voice had a metallic texture. She picked up the tactical axe on the ground, and the axe blade glowed coldly in the green light. I squinted my eyes and saw a crack at the guard's right knee joint. Was he hit by Barney's pistol in the melee just now? Or was it even earlier? My throat began to burn again, and I bit the tip of my tongue. The smell of blood washed away the almond taste. The footsteps of the mechanical guards were getting closer and closer. The nearest one raised its right arm, and the barrel of a gun popped out of its wrist guard. It was a modified taser, and the electricity crackled at the muzzle. The sting of Whisper of the Dead shot up from the back of my neck. I grabbed the nearest shelf and dug my fingertips into the iron sheet. The guard fell in the corner. Its head dented and the camera cracked into a spider web. I closed my eyes, and memories pierced my brain like broken glass. In the last 3 seconds, it saw itself being hit in the chest by a shotgun, and the image before the motherboard overloaded was the coordinates of the inspection port of the ventilation duct and the attack mode, changing the shooting angle every 17 seconds, giving priority to attacking moving targets. 17 seconds, I shouted, pulling Leah to the left. The blue light of the taser brushed against my shoulder and hit the wall, and the burnt smell mixed with the poison gas was even more choking. Leah's tactical axe drew an arc and accurately hit the knee joint of the guard on the right. The sound of metal breaking was louder than thunder, and the guard staggered and crashed into his companion on the left. The 2 machines overlapped, and the gears were stuck and turned into scrap metal. The barrel of the last guard's gun turned towards Leah, and I picked up the fire extinguisher at my feet and threw it at him. The metal can hit its chest, and the warning lights went out instantly. Taking advantage of the short circuit, Leah's axe had already chopped into its neck joint, and sparks splashed on her face like falling stars. "Let's go." She kicked aside the mechanical wreckage that blocked her way and swept the flashlight across the end of the corridor. The ventilation vent was just 5 meters away. My temples were throbbing, and the side effects of Whisper of the Dead were beginning to take effect. A hallucination like a mirror wall flashed by. I was 5 years old, huddled in the closet, and outside the cracks in the wood was my father's briefcase and my mother's pearl necklace. And then the sound of gunfire. The green mist now overlaps with the light that came through the wooden boards back then, and I can almost smell the mothballs in the closet and the jasmine perfume that my mother often sprayed. She always said it could cover up the smell of motor oil on my father's body. Locked. Leah's voice brought me back to reality. There was a copper lock on the metal door of the vent, and the lock core was rusted like a ball of coagulated blood. I took out the master key I had taken from Barney, and the veins on the back of my hand bulged and turned purple. When I used my ability just now, a feeling of aging crawled across my skin, and now I could hardly even hold the key. Click. The moment the door opened, a foul-smelling wind blew in. I crawled in first, and my elbows hurt from the rust on the inner wall of the pipe. Leah followed behind me, and her police boots kicked something with a ding sound. It was a metal USB flash drive that flashed in the flashlight, and I stuffed it into my trouser pocket. The pipe became narrower and narrower. My back rubbed against the iron sheet, and I could hear my own rapid heartbeat. The poisonous gas was still chasing, and green mist poured in from behind like a green snake. Leah's breath hit the back of my neck. How far? Almost there. I recalled the coordinates in the minion's memory and counted the pipe joints. The 3rd one, the 4th one. There was the sound of rain overhead, the sound of the iron sheet getting wet. I reached out and pushed upwards, and a movable board came loose. The cold rain poured on my face, which was 10,000 times more comfortable than the poison gas. The moment I climbed out of the pipe, I fell into the mud. Leah followed and rolled out, her police uniform torn, revealing a dark red mark under her collarbone, exactly the same totem that the serial killer left on the dead. But there was no time to think about it now. The white light from the car lights was so blinding that I couldn't open my eyes. 5 black SUVs formed a semicircle, and the searchlights on the roofs were like knives. Hands up, shouts blasted out from the loudspeaker. I helped Leah to her feet, and she dug her fingers into my palms, a signal for me not to do anything rash. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The USB flash drive in my trouser pocket was rubbing against my thigh. I had just found it in the pipe, and its surface was engraved with Marlowe Industries. Memory bank. Is it Victor's company? Will there be records of the family massacre that happened 20 years ago? Will there be the truth about my parents' death? Evan Hastings, Leah Crawford. A leading man came out of the car. He was dressed in a suit and tie, and raindrops stuck to his gold-rimmed glasses. Come with us, or die here. Leah's tactical axe was still in her hand, and the rain was flowing down the axe blade. I reached to my lower back. There was a spare battery that I had pulled out of the mechanical guard, which might be able to be used as a bomb, but there were 12 guns pointed at us. My throat was still burning, and the after effects of Whisper of the Dead made it difficult for me to even raise my arms. Which one do you choose? The man smiled. His tie clip was a crow holding a snake, exactly the same as the painting in Victor's study. The rain suddenly got heavier, and the USB flash drive in my trouser pocket became hot against my skin. The contents inside may be able to tear open the darkest veil of Hukang Town. Leah glanced at me, and there was a fire in her eyes. The same fire that I had seen in my mother's eyes through the crack of the closet 20 years ago, when my mother rushed to the door with a knife, raised and said, "Protect Evan, run," I whispered. Leah swung her axe at the nearest searchlight, and the sound of glass breaking mixed with the sound of gunfire. I pulled her into the rain, and the USB flash drive in my trouser pocket hit my thigh and it hurt. The footsteps behind are getting closer. The escape in the rain was like pressing the fast-forward button. I dragged Leah into the abandoned auto repair shop, blocked the rolling door with a rusty iron chain, and listened to the footsteps outside turning into another alley after 30 seconds. The gang obviously didn't expect us to run to the most dilapidated industrial area at the east end of the town. The sewer covers here had long been pried away by homeless people and sold as scrap metal. When the water reached my ankles, I felt the USB flash drive in my trouser pocket, and found it was still there. The plastic shell hurt my thigh. They can't catch up. Leah wiped the rain off her face. The blade of the tactical axe was still stained with glass shards from the searchlight. But we have to deal with the clues as soon as possible. She was referring to the encrypted files copied from the base server. I took a quick look along the road I was being chased, and saw an address that appeared repeatedly. Sacred Heart Nursing Home in Grey Harbor, which was rebuilt in 1978, with funding from the Marlowe Foundation. Sacred Heart Nursing Home. I licked my cracked lips, the name biting into my memory like a rusty nail. When I was a child, when I followed the community doctor to get vaccinations, my mother always grabbed my wrist and said, "Stay away from that white building," her nails almost digging into my flesh. At that time, I thought it was because there were patients in the building. Now I think that maybe the building itself was the source of the disease. We changed into dirty work clothes that we found in the storage room at the auto repair shop. Leah cut open her cuffs with a dagger and hid the tactical axe in the leather holster tied to her thigh. When the rain stopped, the skyline was lit up with a bluish-gray light. The spire of the Sacred Heart Sanatorium was looming 2 kilometers away, and the white paint on the exterior wall had faded into a sickly gray, like a corpse wrapped in a shroud. Pay attention to the staff's eyes. I lowered my voice. Real caregivers don't always stare at their watches. nor do they subconsciously touch their lower backs when they see strangers. They touched the intercom. When we sneaked in through the side door, the nurse at the front desk was watering the green plants, and the water from the plastic watering bottle formed small puddles on the tiles. The moment she looked up, I caught a glimpse of a purple birthmark behind her ear, exactly the same as the one on the mechanical guard operator in the base, looking for someone. Leah took out her police ID and slapped it on the table. 72-year-old Albert Green. His family said he went missing this morning. The nurse's pupils shrank. Good Albert Green was a name I picked at random from the base files, and was first on the processed list. As she turned to check the register, I bent down and pretended to tie my shoelaces, and caught a glimpse of the window on her computer screen. A real-time surveillance feed, with 7 red dots moving in the second-floor corridor. The third room on the left on the second floor. The nurse pushed the registration book over and made a deep stroke on the name Albert Green with her fingertips. But he is not very sober today. It's best not to stimulate him. As soon as we stepped onto the second floor, the smell of disinfectant suddenly became pungent. The window at the end of the corridor was not closed, and the draft blew up the nursing chart on the wall, causing the papers to rustle. Leah's tactical boots made no sound as they stepped on the floor, but I could hear my own heartbeat drumming on my eardrums. I had heard this sound before, on a rainy night, 20 years ago, when I was huddled in the closet, and my mother's blood was flowing in through the crack in the door like a red snake. Here! Leah stopped at the door of room 3007. The door handle was wrapped with medical tape, and a faint electronic buzzing sound leaked out from the gap. I took out the master key I had taken from the base, and the moment the metal entered the keyhole, the buzzing sound suddenly became louder, like some kind of alarm. The sight in the room made my stomach churn. There were 3 rows of glass culture tanks against the wall, with pale limbs floating in the light green liquid. Hands, hearts, half of the chest cavity with ribs. The surface of each organ was covered with purple blood vessels like living vines. The filing cabinet in the corner was half open. The cover of the top file bag was printed with Marlowe Experimental Subject Breeding Program, and the date was June 15, 1999. The same day as the murder of my family. Look at this. Leah held up a black cassette tape with words written on the label in pen. To Adrian, if I die, this tape will allow you to see your father's face clearly. A sudden chill ran down the back of my neck. Adrian is Victor's son, the pale young man who always hands his father a glass of red wine at charity dinners. I saw him in the cemetery last week. He put thorny datura instead of roses on his late wife's tombstone. Put it away. I grabbed the documents on the table and stuffed them into my arms. The surveillance here. The alarm suddenly blew. The moment the door was kicked open, Leah's tactical axe had already been swung out, and the axe blade embedded into the shoulder of the first guard who rushed in. I touched the spare battery on my lower back. It was a high-voltage power box removed from the mechanical guard. It could be used as a bomb by pulling out the safety pin, but as soon as my right hand touched the metal shell, my temple suddenly exploded with stinging pain. The after effects of Whisper of the Dead came. I used my ability 3 times yesterday to find out the cause of Chaitania's death, and now every time I raise my arm, it feels like I'm lifting a piece of cement. Evan! Leah's shout was mixed with the whistling of bullets passing by her ears. Only then did I see that the people rushing in were not ordinary guards. They were wearing black tactical uniforms, goggles covering half of their faces, and crow totems like tie clips were wrapped around the butts of their guns. I counted them, 7, which matched the number of red dots on the surveillance screen. The backup battery grew hot in my palm. I rushed to the nearest culture tank and smashed the glass with force, splashing green liquid into the guard's face. Their guns paused. The liquid was obviously not ordinary culture fluid. The guards who were splashed covered their faces and howled, and their skin began to fester. Chance. I dragged Leah towards the secret passage in the corner of the room. That was the vent that I found when I was flipping through the documents just now. The smell of rust mixed with rotten meat hit me in the face. At the end of the secret passage is the basement. The musty smell became stronger, and dark green moss grew at the base of the wall. Leah used a tactical axe to break the last lock, and I almost fell down the moment the door opened. There was an iron cage in the middle, and the rusty railings were engraved with the Marlowe family emblem, a crow holding a snake. Memories suddenly came flooding back. The damp concrete floor, the rust on the iron railing pierced my knees. My mother's hand reached in from outside the railing. Her wedding ring scratched the back of my hand. Evan, remember your mother's face. Then there was the sound of kicking the door, my father's roar, the sound of gunfire, and the temperature of blood dripping on my forehead. Evan? Leah put her hands on my shoulders. You're as white as paper. I pointed at the iron cage and said, I was here when I was a kid. My throat tightened. On the night of the murder, they locked me up here and killed my parents. Leah's pupils contracted like an earthquake. She was about to speak when the basement door slammed shut. We turned around at the same time. The metal door remained motionless, and a faint blue light seeped out of the keyhole. Even more bizarre was the wall. The originally mottled cement surface was peeling off, revealing the crystalline substance embedded underneath. Each crystal was vibrating slightly, and there was a tingling sensation as if electric current was passing through the air. This is... Leah reached out and touched the nearest crystal. As soon as her fingertips touched the surface, they retracted as if they were burned by fire. Energy field. I reached for the USB drive in my trouser pocket, which was now so hot that it seemed to be melting. The tape made a soft sound in Leah's tactical bag, as if someone was whispering inside. The vibration frequency of the crystal suddenly increased, and a muffled sound similar to a heartbeat came from the wall. Once, twice, and when it came to the third time, dust from the ceiling fell down, and something was approaching here from deeper inside. We have to get out. Leah pulled out her tactical axe and chopped at the metal door. Sparks flew as the axe blade hit the crystal. But this door... I stared at the crystals on the wall. Their blue light was converging to form a familiar pattern, exactly the same as the symbol in the painting in Victor's study. A crow holding a snake, and the snake's body was coiled to form the structural diagram of this basement. The heartbeat was getting louder and louder. I heard my own hoarse voice saying, "This is not a door, it's a cage, and we are trapped in a cage." I stared at the blue crystals on the wall, and their vibrations suddenly began to match some mechanical hum. The electronic countdown sound exploded from the loudspeaker above her head. Ding ding. 10 minutes left before the system self-destructs. Leah's tactical axe chopped on the metal door again, but this time not even a spark flew, and instead a notch was left on the axe blade. She shook her numb wrist. Is this door made of vibranium? I touched the hot USB drive, and the metal casing had already burned my palm red. This thing that Tanya had thrust into my hand when she died now felt like a red-hot coal. Even more bizarre was the tape in Leia's tactical bag. The original low hum turned into a sharp buzzing sound, which hurt people's eardrums even through the canvas. Listen. I grabbed her arm. This sound is the same frequency as the crystal's vibration. We held our breath at the same time. There came a hissing sound of electricity running through the walls, and fine lines appeared on the surface of the crystals, like glowing blood vessels. I suddenly remembered the painting in Victor's study, a crow holding a snake in its mouth, and the trajectory of the snake's coiled body, which was exactly the same as the layout of this basement. It turned out that he had designed the entire building into some kind of energy circuit.
Energy needs a conductor. I opened my collar, revealing the pale blue blood vessels below my collarbone, an old wound from the murder of a family 20 years ago, which was now throbbing with the vibration of the crystal. And we are the living conductors.
Leah's pupil shrank suddenly. So he trapped us here, not just in a cage. The countdown jumped to 8 minutes. I kicked the broken bricks at my feet, revealing the lower half of a metal plate at the base of the wall, with traces of being pried open on the edge. Detective Barney. I squatted down and used the tip of a pen to pry open the gap. He's been here before. Behind the metal plate are densely packed wires, and the wires wrapped in crystal powder are glowing faintly. Leah used a tactical knife to cut through the insulation layer. What came out of the wire was not a copper core, but liquid blue crystals. This is not a circuit at all. It's Victor's personal energy system. He needs to destroy the evidence. I pulled off a piece of wire, and the liquid crystal quickly condensed into ice crystals on my fingertips. But the self-destruct sequence requires cutting off the power supply first. Suddenly there was a dull thud of something heavy falling from the ceiling. The metal door was pushed open a crack from the outside, and Victor stepped in with the tip of his leather shoes. He was still wearing the same well-tailored suit, with his late wife's pearl brooch pinned to his collar. "Evan, you know how to have more fun than I thought." He was followed by 4 bodyguards armed with stun guns. I recognized one of them, the gangster who dumped the body at the dock last week. He still had a scar on his left cheek from where I had used a pen. Fun. I crushed the ice crystals, and blue powder fell to my feet. "You should be glad that I didn't eat the paint from the painting in your study." Victor smiled and tapped the wall with his knuckles. "The painting is the guide, and these crystals are the core. Do you know why I chose you? You have the blood of the murderer, which resonates with my wife's genes." He suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Oh, by the way, your mother's blood sample is in the laboratory upstairs." The countdown jumped to 5 minutes with a tick. Leah's tactical bag rang again. This time it was not a buzzer, but a clear human voice. "Victor, laboratory, password, 1987-1. Tanya's voice. Leah yanked open her backpack, and the tape spun wildly in the shock-proof bag. She recorded this before she died. Victor's pupils contracted. "That kid, Adrian." He waved his hand, and the bodyguards rushed over with electric batons. I picked up the steel bar from the corner and rushed forward, breaking the knee of the gangster with a scar on his left cheek with the first blow. When he fell down with a scream, I felt the warmth of his wrist. Whispers of the Dead automatically starts. 30 seconds of memory fragments exploded before his eyes. In the warehouse, Victor put the gun to Tanya's temple. "Tell Evan that his mother's blood can activate the crystal." Tanya laughed. "But you didn't tell him that activation requires a human sacrifice." Before Victor pulled the trigger, she said to the recorder, "The lab code, 1987-1123. That's your mother's birthday." I stumbled back, my temples suddenly itching. Looking in the mirror, I saw fine lines at the corners of my eyes. Every time he used his ability, his life flowed backwards. This time it only took 3 seconds, but he aged a year. "Evan." Leah's tactical axe split the stun baton, sparks splashing in her face. "The password is your mother's birthday." I rushed to the wires inside the wall and used steel bars to pry open the thickest conduit. As the liquid crystal gushed out, I thrust my USB drive in. This thing was made by Tanya using laboratory equipment, and it was now emitting high-frequency vibrations, resonating with the crystal. 4 minutes. The countdown makes one's scalp tingle. Victor suddenly pulled out a gun, and the bullet grazed Leah's ear and hit the wall. She swung out the tactical knife with her backhand, cut open the cuff of his suit, and revealed the hideous tattoo underneath. Exactly the same as the light pink mark on the back of Leah's neck. "You knew it." Leah's voice was trembling. Your family is the perfect vessel." Victor pulled off his cufflinks, blood dripping onto the crystal, and the wall suddenly shook violently. "But now it's time to say goodbye." I grabbed a handful of liquid crystal and pressed it on the middle of the USB flash drive. The blue liquid instantly boiled and flowed into the circuit. Through the USB flash drive interface, the entire wall let out a death scream, and the crystal began to crack. Leah took the opportunity to pounce on Victor, and the two rolled into a ball. I picked up the steel bar and smashed it against the main switch of the line, with the sound of metal cracking. All the crystals went out at the same time. The metal door popped open with a click. Go. I pulled Leah and ran out, hearing Victor's roar behind me. The countdown jumped to 2 minutes. The chandelier from the ceiling fell down, and I pushed her hard. The moment Leah rushed out of the door frame suddenly closed, and I was locked inside. Evan, she banged on the door. Open up. Go to the lab, I yelled. Get my mother's blood. The alarm sound inside the door suddenly changed its tone. I rushed to the memory laboratory and saw 20 bodies lying in the glass cabinets. All of them were townspeople who had disappeared over the years. They both have crystal shards on their temples. Victor is collecting memories. I'm sorry. I bit my finger and pressed it on the first corpse's forehead. The whispers of the dead came flooding in. The factory ruins. Victor injecting drugs into the man. The church crypt. The woman struggling to grab the crystal. And myself, 7-year-old Evan, being carried out of the fire. My mother's blood dripping on his forehead. Every time I read a memory, my skin wrinkles a little. By the time I read about the 37th corpse, the age spots on the back of my hands had already connected into a patch. At the 52nd body, the knee began to hurt severely. When I looked at the 79th body, I felt the white hair on the back of my neck. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion shattered the laboratory glass. I grabbed the last tray of memory chips and looked at myself in the mirror at the age of 50. The wrinkles on my face looked like they were carved by a knife. The door suddenly blew open and Leah rushed in. Go. We stumbled towards the exit, with the sound of collapse coming one after another behind us. When the sun shone on our faces again, thick smoke was already billowing from the sanatorium. Leah's tactical bag was still ringing. This time it was the clear sound of birdsong. To Victor Manor, I gasped. The tapes contain all the evidence against him. She nodded, but paused as she turned around. In front of the iron gate of the manor stood a woman in a light blue dress. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her face was exactly the same as the old photo in Victor's study. That was his late wife Irene, the woman who should have died in a car accident 20 years ago. Leah's hand slowly moved to the gun at her waist, and I stared into Erin's eyes. She was smiling, and the curve of her mouth was exactly the same as the person in the memory I had just read. The last beep of the countdown exploded behind me, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ruins of the sanatorium. I touched my face and found that the wrinkles were deepening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Irene, who was standing in front of the iron gate, raised her hand and pointed at the family mark on the back of Leah's neck. I held onto the rusty iron gate of the manor, my knuckles resting on the peeling red paint, and my palms could feel the chill of the metal penetrating my bones. Leah's tactical boots made a creaking sound on the gravel road. She leaned sideways in front of me, and the butt of the Glock rifle on her waist made a slight sound against her belt buckle. It was a gift from her father when she graduated from the police academy, engraved with 4 small words, "Justice never delayed," which now glowed coldly in the sun. Erin Marlowe, Leah began, her voice 2 notes lower than usual, like an icicle hitting the railroad track. 20 years ago on October 17, the Ford F-150 you were driving rolled over on the Grey Harbor Bridge, and the fuel tank exploded. The medical examiner's report says that a fragment of your jawbone is embedded in the spokes of the steering wheel. She paused and quietly pushed the safety pin with her right thumb. So you should be in Holy Cross Cemetery now, not standing here. The woman in the light blue dress stopped 5 steps away. The wind lifted her skirt, revealing a pale pink scar on her ankle. Exactly the same place Victor always kissed her in the old photos. But there was something wrong with her eyes. Her pupils were like crumpled glass marbles. Just a moment ago, they were reflecting my white hair, but the next second, they dissipated into 2 balls of mist. Leah Crawford. She started, her voice like a phonograph stuffed into a tin barrel. The trefoil birthmark on the back of your neck. and the bloodstains left by the murderer at the scene of the Spring Creek Road murder. She suddenly smiled, and the curve of her lips made my temples throb. This was the memory of the grocery store owner before his death that I read in the morgue 3 days ago. That was the way the man who had pierced his throat with an ice pick laughed. A vein popped up at the back of Leah's neck. I knew what she was thinking. 3 months ago, when she was looking through the old case files, she frowned at the blurred bloodstain in the autopsy report and said that it looked like some kind of family crest. At this moment, her hand that was touching the back of her neck was trembling slightly, but she clenched it into a fist when it was about to touch the skin. "Memory container," I whispered to the wind. Leah turned her face to the side, and a hint of inquiry flashed in the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. I licked my dry lips. Aging caused my salivary glands to go on strike. Victor's experimental log in the basement of the sanatorium. He needs a living memory carrier, with a brain structure close to that of the dead, and able to take on the fragments of the deceased's consciousness. Irene suddenly spoke up. Her right hand pressed on her chest, and a lavender liquid oozed out from between her fingernails. It was the neuroactive drug I had seen in the laboratory. Miss Victor said that Irene's soul was too light, and needed the memories of 7 people as an anchor. She tilted her head, her pupils refocused. "Guess who is living in my body now besides Irene?" Leah raised her gun and pointed the crosshairs at Irene's forehead, but I saw her index finger tremble slightly on the trigger. This was not hesitation, but calculation. If this body really contained the memories of 7 people, the moment the bullet passed through it might trigger some kind of chain reaction. Just like what happened in the abandoned factory last week, when the experimental subject who was implanted with the memories of 3 dead people had his head exploded. The 3 corpses opened their eyes at the same time in the morgue. "You said Victor needed an anchor." I took a half step forward, and my knees ached like an old cold leg. My 50-year-old body protested. But Irene died in a car accident, and her last memory was of intense pain and the smell of gasoline. You are standing here now, but you are smiling. I pointed to the corners of her mouth that were raised. This shows that the dominant memory in your body comes from another person. Erin's shoulder jerked. Her left hand uncontrollably scratched her cheek, her nails scratching blood on the skin. No, Mr. Victor said. "It was the memory of the grocer," I continued. "When the ice pick pierced his throat, the last thing he saw was the murderer's smile. And your expression now is exactly the same as the murderer in his memory." I stared at her gradually cloudy eyes. So Victor didn't intend to revive Irene at all. He was collecting the serial killer's memory and using Irene's body to do— "Shut up," Irene screamed. Her voice suddenly split into 3 or 4 tones, including a man's growl, a girl's whimper, and a sharp sound like sandpaper rubbing against each other. That was the sound of metal scraping against bones, which was exactly the same frequency of sound waves remaining in the ears of the victims killed by ice picks in the morgue. Leah seized the opportunity. She pushed me into the shadow of the iron gate with her backhand. Her tactical boots made a harsh friction sound on the gravel, and she shot towards the main gate of the manor like an arrow. Irene's nails suddenly grew longer, turning bluish-gray as they stabbed at the back of her neck, but stopped half an inch away from her skin. Veins popped up on her wrists like earthworms, as if there were 2 hands fighting inside her. "Go in," Leah yelled back and kicked open the half-open oak door. I staggered to catch up, and the bronze lion head knocker on the door frame hit my shoulder, causing me to gasp in pain. The scene inside the door made my pupils contract. In the glass cabinets on both sides of the corridor, there were 13 formalin jars filled with brains. Each jar was labeled with dates starting from March 17, 1999, the Spring Creek Road murder case, and ending with the grocery store murder case 3 days ago. "This is
Memory sample library." Leah pulled off her tie and wrapped it around her bleeding wrist. Irene's nails had just scratched her skin.
She kicked away the surveillance camera at her feet. Victor is cultivating containers that can hold multiple memories, and he needs main memories. Her eyes fell on the glass jar in the center. The name on the label made my blood freeze. Evan Hastings. It was my 7th birthday. I will always remember the rain that day. The pain of the wood shard scratching my neck when my mother stuffed me into the closet, and the sight of the man in the black windbreaker raising an axe through the crack in the closet door. He wants your childhood memories. Leah's voice was like being soaked in ice water, because the real murderer of the murder case 20 years ago was not a random crime, but was looking for a specific anchor point. And you, a muffled sound came from underground. The whole manor began to shake. The crystal chandelier fell to the ground, and broken glass splashed all over my trouser legs. Leah pulled me behind a load-bearing wall. Her tactical bag broke apart in the vibration, and the tape containing Victor's evidence of guilt rolled out, leaving a silver thread on the ground. It's the underground laboratory. Leah covered her ears. The explosion came from... The second explosion came closer, like someone had planted a mine under our feet. Dust fell from the ceiling, and I saw a painting at the end of the corridor fall away, revealing a combination door behind it. Exactly the same door as the one in the basement of the sanatorium. There was a bunch of keys hanging on the door handle. The one at the top was exactly the same shape as the old key, covered with green rust, that I found among my mother's belongings. Leah suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her palms were covered in cold sweat, yet surprisingly hot. "Do you smell it?" I sniffed. The burnt smell was mixed with a hint of sweetness, like burning plastic, but also like gasoline, we said at the same time. The code door at the end of the corridor suddenly beeps and the red warning light starts spinning. I looked at the cut on the back of Leah's neck. The blood oozing out of it was not red, but a strange purple, the same color as the liquid between Irene's fingernails. When the third explosion sounded, Leah threw me into the storage room next to her. The wooden door shattered behind me, and the heat wave and sawdust brushed across the back of my neck. Leah was on top of me, her tactical vest hurting my ribs, but it allowed me to hear the clearest sounds. From the deepest part of the manor, there came a distorted metallic scream, and something like a baby cry. Leah propped up her upper body, her police hat tilted to one side, revealing the trefoil birthmark on the back of her neck. At this moment, the skin around the birthmark was turning purple, as if it was being corroded by some toxin. She stared at the window behind me, the black smoke growing thicker in her pupils. "Evan, listen." I heard it. It was an alarm sound sharper than the sound of birds singing coming from underground. Exactly the same as the siren on the fire truck on that rainy night 20 years ago. Leah suddenly stood up, pulled off the tactical rope around her waist and threw it to me. "Hold on here, I'm going to the underground lab. The tape is with you. Don't let it." Bang! The storage room window was smashed. A figure in a light blue dress fell in. Irene's neck was twisted at a strange angle, and half of a crystal chandelier was stuck in her left eye socket. Her right hand was still in a forward-moving posture, with her index finger pointing at the birthmark on the back of Leah's neck. Behind her, the sound of explosions deep in the manor became continuous, as if someone was ringing the death knell of fate. Leah held her gun against Irene's temple, but she hesitated to pull the trigger. I followed her gaze and saw that Irene was holding half a photo in her left hand. The photo shows a man in police uniform, also with a trefoil birthmark on the back of his neck. The police badge on his chest is exactly the same as the old badge used by the Grey Harbor police station 20 years ago. "That's..." My voice caught in my throat. Leah suddenly squatted down and ran her fingers over the date on the edge of the photo. Mate, it was the same day as my family was murdered during my childhood. The fourth explosion cracked the floor of the storage room. I saw dark red liquid oozing out of the cracks, with a smell of rust. It was blood. A lot of blood gushed out from the ground, just like my mother's blood that flowed in from the cracks in the closet on that rainy night 20 years ago. Leah yanked me up, her nails digging into my arms. "Go." Go to the underground lab. If that's where the explosion came from. Her words were drowned out by the fifth explosion. This time the explosion was different, with a hollow sound, like some huge container had ruptured. Leah's face turned pale instantly. She let go of my hand and ran to the end of the corridor like crazy. Her tactical boots made a crackling sound as they stepped on the broken glass. I picked up the tape on the ground, and when I caught up with her, I saw that the password door had been blown open. Inside the door was a spiral staircase, leading downward. The smell of blood surged up the stairs, so thick that it was suffocating. Leah's shadow disappeared into the darkness. I leaned down the wall and heard her voice coming from below, crying, "Evan, no!" Then there was the roar of a heavy object collapsing. My hand that was holding onto the wall suddenly touched something. By the light of the flashlight, I saw a line of small words engraved on the steps, soaked in blood but still clear. When the memory container is overloaded, the explosion will awaken the real dead. And further down, Leah's heart-wrenching scream came. "Evan." I clutched the tape tightly and rushed down quickly. In the darkness, a voice whispered in my ear. It was Irene's, the grocery store owner's, and the man in the black windbreaker on that rainy night, 20 years ago. "Welcome home, Evan. Do you think you can escape? All memories should return to where they belong." The door at the end of the steps opened. I saw Leah kneeling in the rubble, holding a bloody corpse in her arms. The corpse's face was wrinkled like a walnut. Its white hair was stuck in a pool of blood, and there was a torn clover birthmark on the back of its neck. That was me who had aged to the extreme, and above us, the entire estate began to tilt. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling swayed, casting fragmented light and shadows on Leah's face. Her tears fell on the back of my cold hand, and behind her, a figure walked out of the shadows. He was wearing a black windbreaker, and the trefoil birthmark on the back of his neck was a strange purple color. He raised the ice pick and pointed it at the back of Leah's neck, with the same smile on his lips as in the memories of Irene, the grocery store murderer, and all the dead. "Now," he said, his voice turning like rusty gears, "it's time to wake up the real Irene." I realized there was an explosion the moment I smelled something burning. A sudden blast of hot air filled the ventilation duct in the basement of the manor, and the backs of my hands that were holding onto the wall turned red from being burned. The butt of the sheriff's gun pressed against his ribs, and every step he took was painful. But what hurt even more was his heart, as if someone was grabbing it and squeezing it. Evan was trapped in the sanatorium, and a muffled sound just now clearly came from the deepest part of the underground. "Calm down, Crawford," I said to the air, my voice trembling. I touched the back of my ear with my fingers, where there was a coin-sized scar caused by a bone knife when I dissected a serial killer 3 years ago. Pain keeps me awake. I followed the wall to the corner, and the wall lamp suddenly exploded. Shards of glass rained down on me, and I instinctively rolled over, my back hitting the oak paneling. Dust fell into my eyes. I blinked twice, and saw an almost invisible thin steel wire on the ground. If I had walked straight just now, my neck would have been cut by now. Victor's estate is more of a fortress than I had imagined. 20 years ago, when he took over the reconstruction of the old textile factory, I was still an undergraduate student of forensic medicine. I always heard the professor talk about the bad taste of capital, and now I have seen it. The eyes of the deer antler specimens at the end of the corridor can move, which is a surveillance camera. There are 3 pieces of floorboards under the carpet that emit hollow echoes, and stepping on them will trigger the crossbow above your head. Even the oil painting on the wall drawn at Grey Harbor Town has miniature bombs embedded in the edge of the frame. I pulled off my tie and wrapped it around my bleeding palm, which had been pierced by a wooden thorn when I was dodging a crossbow arrow. The taste of blood spread in my mouth, like a rusty coin. 20 meters ahead, there is a bronze door, with a faint blue light shining through the crack of the door. That is the symbol of the laboratory. Evan said that if Victor wanted to resurrect his deceased wife Irene, he would need a memory container, and his whisper of the dead ability could just extract the memories of the dead. Click. I froze in place. Behind me, I heard the sound of boots rolling over broken glass. Not just one pair, but 3 pairs. Miss Sheriff, the leading guard said with an Eastern European accent. The boss said he would like to invite you for tea. The moonlight filtered in through the stained windows, illuminating the electric batons on their waists.
These weren't your average bodyguards. They moved with their knees slightly bent, their eyes fixed on my body's center of gravity, and they were retired special forces.
In the list of arms seized at the dock last week, Victor's Charity Foundation did donate a batch of tactical equipment. I reached for my waist, and what I felt was not my service gun, but the bone clamp I had picked up from the morgue that morning. That thing once broke a serial killer's cervical vertebrae, so maybe it could come in handy. The leftmost guard moved first. As he rushed towards me, he brought up the wind and I could smell mint on him, a common way to cover up the smell of gunpowder. I ducked to avoid his chokehold and dug the tip of the forceps into the ulnar nerve in his wrist. He groaned and the stun gun fell to the ground. The guard on the right picked up the fire axe from the corner and chopped down at me. I rolled on the ground and the axe blade cut into the floor, cracking his knuckles. The one in the middle never moved. He stood in the shadows, holding a black disc in his hand. By the time I realized it was a sound wave jammer, the tinnitus had already exploded like a train whistle. I stumbled and knocked over the side table, breaking the porcelain vase into pieces. What rolled out was not a flower, but half a frozen finger, and a clover-shaped birthmark on the back of my neck. Subject B-17. The middle guard's voice suddenly became clear. A homeless man who disappeared from an abandoned hospital last month. The boss said that forensic doctors like you have seen too many corpses, so it's time to see a living one. The sound waves suddenly stopped. I covered my aching ears and looked up and saw a family portrait hanging on the wall behind him. Victor was wearing a 3-piece suit, holding Irene in a white dress in his arms, and little Adrian was standing next to him. 200A36 was written in red pen on the edge of the photo, which was the day when Evan's family was murdered. Irene Marlowe, I gasped. She's not dead at all, is she? The fire 20 years ago was a scapegoat. The guard's pupils shrank. The opportunity has come. I grabbed a stun gun at my feet and flipped a switch. When the blue electric arc burst out, the guard on the far left had just picked up the fire axe, and I shocked him in the armpit. That's where the nerve plexus is most densely populated. He collapsed to the ground and twitched as if all his bones had been pulled out. The guard in the middle pulled out his gun faster than I did. The bullet flew past my ear and pierced through the family portrait. A safe was visible behind the photo, and the numbers on the combination lock were still flashing. 6-1 thief, I said aloud. The guard's gun shook. The second bullet hit me at my feet. I lunged at him, gripping the butt of his rifle with the forceps and pushing it down. He was incredibly strong. His knuckles were white, and there were dark brown stains between his nails, the mark of long-term exposure to formalin. Victor's laboratory really needs living people to help deal with the corpses. Let go, he yelled. I gritted my teeth and touched the back of his neck with my other hand. There was a raised scar, the same as those on the experimental subjects in the morgue. You're a vessel too, right? I whispered in his ear. What did Victor inject into you? What turned you into a zombie? His eyes suddenly became unfocused. Taking advantage of this gap, I opened the gun barrel and shot him in the thigh. He fell to the ground screaming, and his blood quickly soaked the carpet. Finally, the guard rushed over with a fire axe in his hand. I picked up the stun gun and rushed towards him. The electric arc exploded on the metal axe blade, and he fell backwards as if he was struck by lightning. Hanging from the wall were 37 glass jars, each containing a brain, labeled Memory 1. In the center was a transparent freezer with a woman lying inside. Her long hair floated like seaweed and the clover birthmark on the back of her neck was bluish purple, exactly the same as Irene in Evan's memory. There was a pile of medical records on the table. The top one is from Evan, and the handwriting is in Victor's. Special ability user can extract memories of the dead. Accelerated aging is life loss per hour, which meets the container capacity threshold. June 15th, 2003. Witness to the murder of a family. Memory fragment integrity. You're more persistent than I thought, Sheriff Crawford. The voice came from behind. I turned around and saw Victor standing in front of the cryostat, his white shirt spotless and a glass of red wine in his hand. On the wall behind him, a photo of Evan was projected, and next to it was a newspaper headline from 20 years ago. Hastings' family died tragically. 7-year-old child survived. Evan is dead, he said, shaking his glass. I had the bomb planted in the sanatorium. The explosion you just heard is where he was buried. I rushed over, but before I could throw my fist, something grabbed my ankle. Looking down, I saw the guard I had shocked. His fingers were like steel hooks, gripping my shin, and the smell of formalin between his nails was even stronger.
Do you think these guards are ordinary mercenaries? Victor laughed. They are vessels awakened in advance. Irene needs a new body, and their brains have been emptied.
More footsteps came from outside the door. I saw at least 8 figures. The blood vessels were clearly visible under the pale skin, and the trefoil birthmark on the back of the neck was a strange purple. They moved like puppets, with their joints bent at angles not at all like those of humans. Now Victor raised his glass. It's time to wake up the real Irene. The cryo chamber began to beep. I tried desperately to reach the bone clamp at my waist, but was pulled to my knees by the guard's hands. The experimental subjects came closer and closer, and there was no focus in their eyes, only empty darkness. At the last moment I heard Victor whisper, "By the way, I'll tell you a secret. The birthmark on the back of your neck is exactly the same as Irene's." The moment the subject's fingers touched the back of my neck, darkness surged up. My back was pressed against the metal shell of the cryo chamber, and I could feel the cold penetrating into my bones through my shirt. Victor stood in front of a control console 5 steps away, tapping on the blue glowing operating screen with his fingertips. 8 experimental subjects surrounded him in a fan shape. The trefoil birthmarks on the back of their necks looked like purple-black poisonous mushrooms, faintly visible under their pale skin as they moved. My left wrist still hurts. The first subject who pounced on me just grabbed it, and my nails almost dug into the bone. I stared at those empty eyes, and suddenly remembered the corpses that had been soaked in the morgue for 20 years. Their pupils were like that too, like glass beads that had been drained of all vitality.
What are you thinking about, Madam Sheriff? Victor held up a glass of red wine, with water droplets condensing on the wall of the glass. Thinking about your profiler? He should be living with rats in the ruins now. When he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes looked like they were carved by a knife. But don't worry, when Irene comes back, I will ask her to leave you a whole body.
I touched the tape in my pocket. The volume that Adrian gave him contained Victor's monologue about all the criminal evidence over the past 20 years. The plastic shell poked my palm like a piece of red-hot charcoal. The subject's footsteps were getting closer. The knuckles of the man in front scraped against the metal surface, making a harsh scraping sound. I suddenly said, "If Erin saw you like this, she would vomit on your expensive suit." Victor's fingers paused on the operating screen. "You said she was a saint." I stared at the back of his neck. There was no birthmark there, but would a saint like to use a living person as a container? Use formalin to soak the brain? I sneered. Maybe she committed suicide because she couldn't stand your perverted love. The wine glass made a slight cracking sound in his hand. For a moment his pupils shrank to the size of needles, like a snake whose tail was stepped on. I took the opportunity to scan the entire laboratory. On the left were 3 rows of freezer compartments. On the right was an operating table filled with neural connection instruments, and on the control screen in the center was a green brainwave curve, jumping. The brain waves of those experimental subjects were all connected to Victor's terminal. Do you think you can delay time by angering me? Victor crushed the wine glass, and the red wine flowed down through his fingers. But you are right, Irene hates blood the most. He shook off the wine stains on his hands. So I asked them to knock you out instead of tearing you into pieces. The nearest subject raised his arm. I stared at the angle at which his elbow was twisted. It was simply not a movement a human could make, and the ligaments in the joint capsule must have been broken long ago. But his movements did not stop, like a puppet being pulled by strings. Source of control. I remembered Evan saying that Victor's container technique required constant neural signal control. If the main brainwave transmitter is cut off, these zombies should be like puppets with their strings cut. My eyes fell on the black chassis below the control screen. It was labeled Main Nerve Center, and used the old logo of Victor's private laboratory, the same one in the photo of the murder scene 20 years ago. Do you know why Evan has the same birthmark as Irene? Victor suddenly said. Because he is Irene's nephew. When I went to pick her up, I saw her brother holding a knife. Oh, by the way, have you checked Evan's adoption records? My heart skipped a beat, but there was no time to think about it, as the nearest experimental subject had already pounced on him. I dodged his grasp by leaning sideways and ran towards the reagent rack next to me. The glass tube fell down with a crackling sound, and the light blue formalin splashed on the subject's face. His skin immediately broke out in a rash, and his movement slowed down for half a second. Right now, I bent down, grabbed the metal wrench on the ground, and rushed towards the control box. Victor shouted something from behind, but the roar of the experimental subject drowned out his words. I could hear my own heartbeat beating against my eardrums, and the moment the wrench hit the chassis lock, the sparks from the flying metal stung my eyes. Bitch. Victor picked up the metal pipe next to him and threw it at her. I ducked and dodged, and the wrench continued to smash down. On the third hit, the iron sheet of the chassis cracked, revealing a thick data cable wrapped inside. I pulled out the thickest one and tugged hard. The lights in the lab flickered. All the experimental subjects stopped moving at the same time, as if the pause button had been pressed. The brainwave curve on the control screen turned into a dazzling red wave and issued a piercing alarm.
You've ruined 20 years of research. Victor's face turned purple and he picked up a metal pipe and smashed it on my head.
I blocked it with a wrench, and my knuckles went numb from the shock. His strength was abnormally great, and the second blow hit my shoulder so painfully that I could hardly hold my weapon. But the subject had already moved, not attacking but spinning in circles like a lost fly. Two of them crashed into the freezer, their foreheads bleeding, but they continued to crash as if they felt no pain. I took the opportunity to lunge at Victor, hitting him on the wrist with the wrench. The metal tube fell to the ground with a clang, and he took 2 steps back, knocking over the reagent rack. It's over, Victor. I wiped blood from the corner of my mouth and took the tape out of my pocket. Adrian recorded everything. His pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was knocked open. It was Adrian who came in. He was wearing a wrinkled shirt and holding a silver revolver in his hand, the muzzle of which was shaking. His eyes swept across the mess on the floor and finally landed on the tape in my hand. "Give me the tape," he said, his voice trembling. "Please, I can't let Dad's research be ruined." "Are you crazy?" I took a step back, my back against the still honking control panel. "He experimented on living people and killed 23 people. That's for Irene." Adrian raised the muzzle of his gun. "Do you think I haven't read my mother's diary? The last thing she wrote was save Victor." His Adam's apple moved. I just want to give him some hope." The alarm in the laboratory suddenly changed its tone. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Victor groping on the ground. He had found the metal pipe and was slowly climbing to his feet. "Adrian, look at your dad," I yelled. The moment he turned his head, Victor pounced on him. I squatted down instinctively, and the metal pipe hit the control screen by my head, sending out a string of sparks. Adrian was startled by the noise and pulled the trigger. As the gun went off, I saw Victor's face twisted into something I had never seen before. The bullet flew past my ear and hit the freezer behind me, sending icy fragments raining down on my head. Adrian's gun was still smoking. He looked at me, then at Victor, his lips trembling and unable to speak. Victor had already climbed up and rushed towards me. The madness in his eyes was hotter than the fire 20 years ago. I clutched the tape, turned, and rushed toward the back door of the lab. Behind him, he could hear the roar of the experimental subject restarting, and Adrian's crying voice shouting, "Daddy, don't." There was ice on the door handle. I twisted it hard. The moment the door opened, cold wind blew in with a burnt smell. Outside were the ruins of a bombed sanatorium. In the moonlight, I saw a hand behind a pile of rubble. The skin on the back of its hand was wrinkled like old bark, and there was cement dust embedded in the cracks between its nails. That was Evan's hand. A metallic collision sounded behind me, and Adrian's voice was filled with tears. "Put down the gun. Dad, you're going to kill her." As soon as I stepped out of the threshold, I heard the click of a revolver being loaded. When the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against the back of my neck, I could hear my own rapid breathing and the slight twitching of the hand in the ruins. They thundered. The coolness of the gun barrel against the back of my neck climbed up my spine, and I could hear the sound of my Adam's apple rolling. Adrian's breathing was right beside my ear, with the rapidity unique to a teenager, mixed with the fishy sweetness of the frozen liquid in the laboratory. "Sheriff Lear." Victor's voice was like a steel wire soaked in ice water. "You should be grateful for my son's mercy. He could have just smashed your head in." I stared at Adrian's hand holding the gun. There was an old scar on his wrist bone, and its location was exactly the same as in the children's burn records found in the town library last week. When he was 12 years old, he was splashed with the scalding reagent while trying the newly prepared memory potion for Victor. "Adrian," I said, lowering my voice, "at 2 a.m. last Wednesday morning, you slipped a tape into my office mailbox." His finger paused on the trigger. "It contains recordings of your father's dealings with Mexican organ traffickers." I continued, "When you recorded this, you were in the second-floor archive room, and on the windowsill was a photo of your mother, Martha Marlowe's high school graduation photo." "Right." Victor's pupils suddenly contracted. I saw Adrian's Adam's apple move, and the barrel of the gun dropped slightly by half an inch. "Do you remember what your mother said when she was last conscious?" I took a half step closer, my back pressed against the hot barrel of his gun. "She said, 'Don't let him use my brain to create a monster.' You saved the tape, not to help him, but to prove one day." "Enough." Victor suddenly picked up the metal wrench on the laboratory table and threw it at us. The wrench flew past Adrian's temple and hit the glass cabinet behind him, and broken glass fell like a rainstorm. Adrian staggered back 2 steps, and the muzzle of the gun finally left the back of my neck. I took the opportunity to turn around and saw that his eyes were red and there were drops of water on his eyelashes. I couldn't tell if they were cold sweat or tears. His left hand tightly grasped the silver cross on his chest. It was a relic of Miss Martha, and I had seen a photo of it in his mother's medical record. "Who do you think you are saving?" Victor rushed over on the broken glass, the age spots on his face turning purple and black due to rage. "The fragments of your mother's memory are in the brain of subject num 3, her body temperature, the tail end of her voice, and only I can help her come back to life. And this woman," he pointed at me fiercely, "she wants to burn everything to ashes." "But she's dead, Dad," Adrian suddenly yelled, his voice breaking. "Mom died on December 17, 2003. When the ambulance arrived, she was still holding my baby teeth in her hand. Those monsters you created, they don't have mom in their heads, they are ghosts of your imagination." The laboratory suddenly became quiet. The wind leaking out of the vents swirled broken glass around our feet. Victor's face was as white as the medical records on the laboratory wall. He slowly raised his hand, and I realized that he was shaking. From his fingertips to his shoulders, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. "Do you think I want this?" His voice suddenly dropped, like a flame being choked off. "They were the ones who destroyed her first. The doctors in Grey Harbor, the police, those hypocrites who made the sign of the cross in the church. They said she was a crazy woman, and that she should be locked up in a mental hospital. But she just loved me too much. So much that she was willing to cut open her brain so that I could store our memories in a chip." "So you killed 23 families?" I interrupted him. "You used their children as memory containers? Because children's brain synapses are more easily rewritten." "The girl found at the old dock last week had a surgical scar on the back of her neck that matched the incision in your late wife's experimental records." Victor suddenly laughed, and the sound was like rusty gears grinding. He fished out a small metal box from the pocket of his white coat. "You think those children are sacrifices? No, they are gifts. When Martha's consciousness is fully integrated, she will see the world through the eyes of these little babies, and use their hands to knit me a scarf, just like she did 30 years ago." "Enough." Adrian's gun went off. The bullet hit the floor near Victor's feet, sending up sparks so hot that he jumped. The boy's chest rose and fell violently, and the muzzle of the gun was still smoking. "I won't help you find the next gift. Dad, either come with us to the police station, or," his Adam's apple rolled, "or I will send you to see Mom now." Victor's eyes flicked back and forth between Adrian and me 3 times. Finally, he suddenly rushed to the red button in the corner. That was the main switch to start all the experimental subjects. When I rushed over, he had already pressed the button. The moment the alarm tore through the air, a sharp whine of metal friction was heard from deep within the laboratory. I saw subject number 3 break open the isolation door. Its face was that of 16-year-old Mary Hawke, but its eyes were cloudy gray. Subject number 5 crawled over, dragging its amputated right leg. It was Tommy, the newspaper boy who had disappeared 3 months ago. Silver data cables are inserted into the back of their necks, like a group of puppets being pulled by strings. "Get that woman." Victor screamed and hid behind the lab table. "Get her. Martha needs her brain." Adrian dragged me behind the cryostat. The subjects bumped into the glass, and cracks spread like spider webs. I touched the stun gun on my waist. I had put it in my pocket when I went out on duty that morning, and the metal casing still carried body temperature. "Their control center is in the chip behind their necks." Adrian unbuttoned his collar, revealing a light pink scar on the back of his neck. "My father installed it for me, but I later removed it myself. If you use a strong current to shock the chips, they will short-circuit." I handed him the stun gun. "You take care of null 3, and I'll take care of null 5. Watch out for their nails. They have an aesthetic in them." The subject's nails scraped against the glass, making a harsh sound. When the first piece of glass cracked, Adrian rushed out and accurately stabbed number 3 in the back of the neck with the electric baton. The moment the blue arc flashed, Mary's face twisted into an expression of pain, and then she fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. I picked up the fire extinguisher next to me and smashed it against number 5's knee. Tommy's leg bones made a teeth-grinding sound of breaking, but he continued to crawl as if he felt no pain. I rushed over and held down the back of its neck. The moment the electric baton touched it, its cloudy eyes suddenly focused. It was Tommy's eyes, which flashed for only a few tenths of a second. "Sheriff, save me. The sound of the current striking the chip is like firecrackers." "No." 5 twitched and collapsed, and only then did I realize that my face was covered with tears. When the last test subject fell, Victor was huddled behind the ventilation duct, shivering. When Adrian handcuffed him to the laboratory table, he suddenly laughed. "Do you think you won? Martha is no longer in the laboratory. She is..." A chuckle came from the ventilator. The sound was like an old crumpled tape, with electrical noise, but extremely clear. It was a woman's voice, with a hoarse ending unique to Grey Harbor. My dear, you are talking nonsense again. Adrian and I looked up at the same time. A woman in a light blue dress walked out of the shadows, her long hair fluttering gently in the windless laboratory, and the skin on the back of her neck was an unnatural bluish-gray color. That was the mark left by the long-term implantation of the chip. I'm Martha Marlowe, she smiled, stroking Victor's face with her fingers. You think you can stop me by destroying the experiment? You are so naive. As her eyes swept over me, I suddenly remembered the autopsy reports of the victims in the morgue. The same light blue skirt appeared in their memories of the last moment before death. When the beam of my tactical flashlight swept across the back of Martha Marlowe's neck, a few faint blue lights flashed under the blue-gray skin. That was the cold light emitted by the chip interface. The draft from the ventilation duct lifted the hem of her skirt, and the light blue fabric swept across the bloodstains on the edge of the laboratory table, like a cornflower dipped in ink. Madam Sheriff, her voice was as hoarse as a rusty gramophone. You should look at the color of your pupils. I subconsciously reached for the Glock pistol at my waist, but my fingertips stopped the moment they touched the handle. There was a sudden sharp pain in my left temple, and the scene in front of me began to distort. The metal wall of the laboratory peeled off and turned into the living room. When I was 7 years old, Mom was kneeling on the carpet, wiping the photo frame. Inside the glass was a photo of Dad in his police uniform. The corners of the frame were still stained with blood from the day he died. Leah, Martha's voice mingled with my memory. Your father isn't dead. He just went out to buy a cake. The photo in the frame suddenly moved. Dad walked out of the photo. His police uniform turned into a faded plaid shirt, holding a cake full of candles in his hand. The candle flame was blood red, and when it dripped onto the carpet, what spread was not wax, but the dark brown color that I was all too familiar with. It was dried human blood. No, I bit the tip of my tongue, and the taste of rust filled my mouth. In the overlapping images of reality and memory, I saw that my right hand was still on the holster, and my left hand was tightly gripping the edge of the laboratory table, with my nails almost digging into the metal. Martha's pupils were a cloudy gray, like two glass marbles immersed in fog. She's invading your memory. Adrian's voice came from the right. I turned my head suddenly and saw him squatting in front of the metal cabinet in the corner, holding half of a broken padlock in his hand. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, but he was still winking at me. Stay in pain. Pain is the anchor. My father wrote in his experimental log that memory tampering requires the target to actively believe. The hem of Martha's skirt suddenly got caught around my ankles. The fabric felt icy cold to the touch, and I looked down to see the light blue material climbing up my trouser leg like a living thing. Little policeman, she leaned her face close to me, her nose almost touching mine. Don't you want to hug your father again? His arms are so warm, much warmer than that of old. And dying Evan. The name pierced my chaotic brain like an icicle. I remembered the coughs I heard through the intercom when he was buried in the rubble 3 hours ago. Each one was a wet sound mixed with blood foam. I remember the warmth of his palm when he grabbed my wrist with his old wrinkled hand and said, "Don't worry about me, catch Victor first." Fuck you. I raised my knee and rammed it into Martha's waist. Her body was like a ball of cotton. I hit her and she floated back 1/2 meter, but when she landed on the ground, there was a crisp sound like broken porcelain. Only then did I notice that the skin at her ankles was showing spiderweb-like cracks, revealing the grayish-white mechanical lines underneath. "Crystal," Adrian shouted. He pulled out a glass box from the metal cabinet. Inside was a dozen thumb-sized purple crystals with fine electric patterns flowing on their surfaces. Dad wrote in his journal that these were dug out from a mineral vein and can interfere with nerve signals. He originally wanted to use them to enhance the pain tolerance of the test subjects. Martha's long hair suddenly stood up like electric wires. There were snowflakes in her pupils and her voice began to distort. "You think you can stop Martha and Victor?" I picked up a crystal and smashed it into her chest. The moment the crystal hit her body, a crackling sound of electricity exploded in the air. Martha's upper body suddenly became translucent, and I looked through her chest and saw black wires and silver chips coiled inside, like a tangled snake. She screamed and the sound was like nails scraping across a blackboard, shattering the test tubes on the laboratory table.
Adrian took the opportunity to throw out 3 more crystals.
A ball of purple light exploded around Martha, and chunks of her body began to disappear. First her left leg, then half of her face. Finally, all that was left of her was a floating head, her hair still dancing wildly. But she could only utter indistinct sobs. "Victor, save me, Martha. It's cold. Shut up," Victor said suddenly. He was still handcuffed to the lab table, but he was no longer shaking. The old man's face was flushed with illness, and he stared at Martha as if he were looking at a faded painting. "Martha has been dead for 20 years. You are just a fake." The floating head froze instantly. Martha's expression changed from distorted to confused, and then disappeared like smoke blown away by the wind. The humming sound of the ventilation ducts began to re-emerge in the laboratory, and I realized that my back was soaked with cold sweat. I had not figured out when the tactical flashlight fell to the ground, and the beam of light was shining crookedly on the body of the experimental subject in the corner. "Well done." Adrian patted my shoulder, but his hands were shaking. He bent down to pick up the crystals on the ground, squatted with his back to me for 3 seconds, and suddenly said, "Sheriff, did you hear any noise?" "What?" Evan's voice. He straightened up, and I froze when he turned around. There was no focus in his eyes, like 2 frozen lakes. "He was calling your name," he said. "He said you didn't love him." My heart sank. Martha's voice came out of Adrian's throat, with strange overlapping tones. "Sheriff Leah, guess, when he was trapped in the ruins, the last person he thought of, was it you?" Adrian's right hand suddenly grabbed my neck. His finger strength was abnormally great, and I heard a cracking sound in my cervical vertebrae. In my peripheral vision, Victor was still laughing, and his laughter mixed with Adrian's gradually tightening fingers, like a thin needle pricking my temple. The chuckle came from the ventilation duct again. This time it was very soft, but terrifyingly clear. "Take your time, dear." Martha's voice was like a poisonous snake. "Anyway, you're Evan. How long can he last?" I reached for the backup stun gun on my lower back and put my finger on the switch. Adrian's face was becoming increasingly blurred in front of my eyes, but I could clearly see that the skin on the back of his neck was turning blue-gray, exactly the same as Martha's just now. There was a muffled sound in the distance, as if something heavy had hit the ruins. I suddenly remembered the rhythm of Evan's fire axe hitting the steel bars while he was buried. 1, 2, 3, that's SOS in Morse code. As the blue light of the stun gun exploded on the side of Adrian's neck, I heard my voice tremble. "Hold on, Evan." And as Adrian collapsed in my arms, his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his lips opened and closed silently. I leaned in to listen, and what he said was, "I'm sorry." Adrian's weight weighed on my shoulders. His limp body pressed against me, and the blue-gray patch on the back of his neck was still spreading like a ball of seeping ink. I looked down at his fluttering eyelashes and suddenly remembered meeting him in the town library last week. The kid was holding a stack of Introduction to Neuropsychology, and when he saw me, he blushed and said he wanted to apply to the forensic department and wanted to help me organize the physical evidence. Now his lips were still moving, and the 3 words "I'm sorry" were torn into pieces by his breath. My throat tightened, and I reached out to touch the skin on the back of his neck. It was cold, like frosted stone. Martha's chuckle came from the vent again, this time closer, so close that I could hear her nails tapping on the metal. "Sheriff, it's not the lambs you should be worried about." There was a dull thud of concrete breaking in the distance. I looked up suddenly, and saw a piece of steel bar on the broken wall of the ruins of the sanatorium, flashing in the moonlight. It was the rhythm of Morse code. 1, 2, 3 times. My heart skipped a beat. This was the same beat Evan used when he was trapped and banged on the steel bars with his fire axe to call for help. Adrian suddenly twitched. His fingers clasped my wrist, less forcefully than before, but with a sickly, sticky feel. I gritted my teeth and helped him to the corner, untied the police restraint belt from behind his waist, and tied it around his ankles. There were blood beads on his eyelashes, probably from being scratched by the gravel just now. I pulled off my cufflinks and put pressure on his wound. He suddenly whispered, "Mom is cold." Martha's laughter exploded overhead. I grabbed a tactical flashlight and shone it into the ventilation duct, only to see the rusted iron mesh shaking. "Take your time," the voice said like a snake's tongue sweeping past my ears. "By the time you find your great detective, he may have become a wrinkled antique. After all, every time he uses his ability, his life is reduced by a layer." I clutched the flashlight and turned around. The ruins looked like a crawling beast in the moonlight, with dark red blood seeping out between the charred bricks. Those were the injured who did not make it out of the explosion. The wind blew dust towards me, and I smelled a familiar smell of rust, exactly the same as the scene of the family murder 20 years ago. The Morse code was still ringing. This time, I heard the pattern. SOS. 3 short, 3 long, and 3 short. I ran towards the sound and kicked off half of the burnt door panel with my tactical boots. Under the collapsed corridor on the 2nd floor, there was a cement slab that blocked half of the room at an angle, and a dim light leaked from the gap. It was the emergency light. "Evan?" I lunged forward, digging my nails into the rubble. The edge of the cement block scratched my palm, and I heard a cough from inside, followed by a hoarse voice, with the sound of metal scraping. "Leah, if you are any later, Old Hawk will teach me how to play chess." I pulled off the last broken brick. When the dust rose, I saw Evan sitting in the rubble with his back against a man in prison uniform. His face was wrinkled, like an old newspaper, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were big enough to kill mosquitoes. This was the after effect of the whisper of the dead, accelerating aging. The man next to him had grey hair, and an old scar on his left cheek. He was handing him a half-empty bottle of water. "Don't talk, save your energy, Daniel Hawk." The man looked up at me, his eyes like a sharp knife. "Former FBI Behavioral Analysis Section. Imprisoned here by Victor 3 years ago." He pointed to the iron shackles in the corner, the chain still stained with dark red rust. "This guy smashed open my cell door when he blew up the building, saying he was looking for an ally." Evan coughed twice and reached out to grab my wrist. His skin was as rough as sandpaper. "How's Adrian?" "He's being controlled by Martha." I squatted down and checked his ribs. He must have been stabbed by the steel bars in the explosion. His shirt was soaked with blood. The back of his neck is blue, the same symptom as when Martha's body was resurrected. Daniel suddenly straightened up. Margaret Marlowe's mind control technique. He fished out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, which was covered with sketches of neural synapses. Victor was studying brainwave resonance 20 years ago in order to revive his deceased wife. Martha's consciousness remains in some kind of bioelectricity, parasitizing through a specific brainwave frequency. Evan pulled the corners of his mouth, and his wrinkles deepened. "So Adrian is now a mobile signal receiver." He turned his head to look at me, the light of the emergency light reflected in his pupils. "Use Whisper of the Dead to read his memory. Maybe we can find Martha's parasitic node. But the state you're in now," I felt his loose skin, my throat tightening. Last time he used his ability to accelerate his aging by 10 years, and now he looks like a man in his 70s. "There's no time." Daniel opened the broken box in the corner, which contained several dusty instruments. "This is Victor's experimental equipment. There is a brainwave jammer that can still be used." He pressed the switch, and the machine beeped. The jammer can disrupt abnormal brain waves. With your ability to locate the parasite point, it should be able to cut off control. I helped Evan towards Adrian, who was standing in the corner. Every step he took felt like he was walking on broken glass, and his waist was bent almost to his knees. Adrian was still murmuring, "Mom is cold," and the blue-gray color on the back of his neck had already spread behind his ears. Evan squatted down and pressed his fingertips gently on his temple. "Does it hurt?" Adrian suddenly grabbed his hand. His eyes were still blue, like the ice on the small-town lake. "Don't be afraid." Evan smiled, and a hint of his youth appeared in his wrinkles. "I'll take you to find your mother." Darkness exploded before my eyes. I saw Evan's white hair growing wildly, and blood oozing from the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. This was the price of Whisper of the Dead. His fingers began to tremble and veins bulged on his forehead, as if a red-hot iron rod was drilling into his head. "Found it," Daniel suddenly shouted. A blinding red light popped up on the jammer screen. "Parietal cortex, posterior hippocampus." He turned the knob, and the machine emitted a sharp beep. "Martha's consciousness is tangled here." Evan dug his nails into Adrian's scalp. I heard the snap of bones shifting. Not Adrian's, but Evan's. The back of his right hand was cracked with blood, revealing pale tendons. "Loosen," he roared, his voice like rusted gears. "Loosen it." Adrian suddenly arched his back. The blue-gray color on the back of his neck began to fade, like mist blown away by the wind. His eyes slowly focused, and when he saw me, he suddenly burst into tears. "Sheriff, I felt like I was in ice water, and there was a woman holding my head." Evan slumped to the ground. His face had aged 10 years. His hair had turned completely white, and even his eyelashes were gray. I rushed over to help him, but he pointed at Daniel and laughed. "Old Hawk, you said Victor's laboratory is underground?" Daniel's expression suddenly became serious. He took out a yellowed blueprint from the box, with Hugang Town Underground Drainage System 1972 printed on the corner. On the back of the drawing, there was a dot circled in red pen with the words, "Marlowe Private Sanctuary" written next to it. Victor's plan goes far beyond resurrecting Martha. He pointed to the red dot on the blueprint. 3 days ago, I heard him talking to his lawyer on the phone, saying that the purification ritual would be launched on the night of the total lunar eclipse. He looked up at us, his scar jumping under the light, and the total lunar eclipse is tonight. Suddenly sirens were heard outside the ruins. I helped Evan to his feet and heard the sound of glass breaking in the distance. Daniel folded the blueprint and put it in my pocket. "Go to the underground garage of the city hall. There is a secret passage leading to the shelter." He patted Evan on the shoulder. "But remember, what Victor has been hiding for 20 years may not be a secret, but something more terrifying." Adrian suddenly grabbed my sleeve. The back of his neck had returned to its normal color, and his eyes were shining again. "I'll go with you," he said. "I want to dismantle the thing that hurt my mother with my own hands." The moonlight climbed up the broken wall. I looked at the lights of Grey Harbor Town in the distance, and suddenly remembered the scene of the murder 20 years ago. The little boy hiding in the closet and trembling. He and Evan now, and Adrian at this moment, overlapped into the same shadow. Martha's laughter rang out again, but this time it was much weaker, as if it came from far away. I touched the blueprint in my pocket, and could feel Evan's body temperature through the fabric. He was still aging, racing against time every minute and every second. The shadow of the total lunar eclipse has already climbed up the eastern sky. I slowly sat down, holding onto the broken wall. The dull pain in my knees felt like rusty gears grinding between my bones. Daniel took out a half bottle of whiskey from the broken wooden box. The bottle was still stained with mold. He tilted his head back and took a sip. When his Adam's apple rolled, I saw the dark red marks on his neck. Those were the marks of being chained by Victor's men for 3 months. "It's not a bomb they're going to activate." He handed me the bottle. the wine gleaming a murky yellow in the moonlight. It's Margarita. My hand holding the bottle paused. Margaret Marlowe, Victor's late wife, was burned to a crisp in the Grey Harbor General Hospital fire 20 years ago. But the experimental subjects found in an abandoned warehouse last month, those homeless people whose tongues had been cut off and electrodes inserted into their spines, all had twisted roses tattooed on the back of their necks, exactly the same as the markings on Margaret's tombstone. Victor collected the death data of the whole town for the past 10 years. Daniel tapped the brown paper bag in his arms with his knuckles. Inside was the notes he had copied from the dungeon. He used the brainwaves of the dead to feed Margaret's consciousness. Now that thing can control the memories of the living. Adrian was just the first. Adrian squatted in the corner, picking at the bricks with his fingers unconsciously. The purple mark on the back of his neck has faded to a light pink, but his eyelashes still tremble uncontrollably when he talks about his mother. Mom. The last thing she said to me was, run. But Martha's voice kept ringing in my head saying that Dad needed my help to revive her. Leah suddenly squatted down and pinched Victor's chin with her fingers. The restrained old philanthropist was wearing a well-tailored suit, his tie crooked at his collarbone, but he still kept smiling. His pupils glowed a strange gray in the moonlight, like two frozen lakes. Miss Sheriff, do you think you can stop God from coming by handcuffing me? Margaret has been waiting for this day for 20 years. Leah dug her nails into her palms. I knew what she was thinking. The third victim she had autopsied in the morgue last week had half a yellowed photograph sewn into his heart. It showed a young Margaret holding a baby with the same vermilion mole on the back of that baby's neck as Leah's. We have to go to the basement of the city hall. I stood up on my knees, my temples throbbing, a sign of accelerated aging. When I looked in the mirror this morning, the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes were deep enough to hide half a grain of salt. Daniel said that the shelter in the secret passage was built by the factory owner to avoid the strikers. The entrance is in the ventilation pipe behind the boiler room. I'll stay. Daniel handcuffed Victor's hands to the steel bar and threw a broken brick at his feet. His personal doctor is at the pharmacy in the east of the town with 6 bodyguards. I have to hack their communicators. He patted Adrian on the shoulder. You follow Evan. He needs someone who can drill the ventilation duct. Adrian nodded vigorously. His Adam's apple moved. And finally he just clenched the wrench he picked up from the ruins. Leah checked the magazine of her gun. The sound of metal colliding was particularly clear in the empty ruins. There are still 40 minutes until the total lunar eclipse. She looked up at me, and the police badge on her collar flashed. How many times can you use your ability? I touched the metal pocket watch on my waist. It was exchanged for Whisper of the Dead. Every time I use the ability, the watch hands will move 1 counterclockwise. Now 1/3 of the scale on the dial has been eaten away, and correspondingly, half of my hair has turned white in 3 days. Reached the shelter. I tugged at my wrinkled windbreaker. Let's go. We took a shortcut along the railway tracks. The night wind from Grey Harbor blew into his collar with the smell of rust, and Adrian's wrench made a dull sound in his trouser pocket. When we passed the 3rd abandoned gas station, Leah suddenly grabbed my sleeve. 2 flashlights flashed in the shadows, and her voice drifted over with the smell of cheap cigars. Old John said there was some movement in the ventilation duct. Shit! It could be a wildcat. Another voice said with a heavy nasal tone. Mr. Marlowe said that no one can go near the boiler room before the total lunar eclipse. Otherwise they will be fed to the experiment. I held the back of Leah's hand and signaled her not to move. The 2 men's footsteps were getting closer, and the light from their flashlights swept across the broken truck where we were hiding. Adrian's knuckles turned white as he clenched the wrench, and I could hear his rapid breathing. Like a leaky bellows. Leave it to me, I whispered. The moment they passed the truck, I stumbled into it. The nasal-voiced man raised the flashlight, swearing, and I grabbed his wrist. The moment our skin touched, sharp pain shot up my spine from my fingertips. The last memories came flooding back like a tide. He squatted at the door of the boiler room smoking, and saw a man in a black windbreaker crawling out of the ventilation duct. Martha's voice said, "Kill him," in his mind. When he raised the iron rod, the rose mark on the back of his neck suddenly became hot. "The one on the right has a gun," I yelled, while dodging the iron rod. Leah's baton had already hit the nasal man's knee. He screamed and knelt down, and his gun fell to the ground with a click. Adrian's wrench hit the other man's neck accurately, and the man collapsed without even a grunt. I held on to the truck and gasped for breath, and the hands of my pocket watch moved another half a notch. Leah picked up the gun and stuffed it into her waistband, then lowered her head to check the backs of the two bodyguards' necks. Sure enough, there were faded roses tattooed there. Victor's men. She dragged the two men into the bed of the truck. "Let's go. Their companions will be here in 5 minutes." By the time the silhouette of City Hall appeared on the street corner, the shadow of the total eclipse had obscured half of the moon. The iron door of the boiler room had a new lock, which Adrian pried open with just 2 strokes of a wrench. The smell of mildew mixed with rust hit me in the face. The iron fence of the ventilation duct was wrapped with barbed wire, like a snake spitting out its tongue. "I'll crawl first." Adrian squatted down. "I'm thin." As his figure disappeared into the pipe, Leah suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her palms were sweaty, but her body temperature was surprisingly cold. "Evan, when you used your ability just now, did you age again?" I forced a smile and rubbed my fingertips over the vermilion mole on the back of her neck. Exactly the same as the baby in Margaret's arms in the photo. "When Margaret is dealt with," I said, "I'll take you to see the sunrise over the Great Lakes." Adrian whispered from the ventilation duct. "Here we are. There's a ladder." We climbed down the rusty ladder, the metal groaning under our feet. When my feet touched solid ground, a sweet and foul smell hit me in the face. The smell of formalin mixed with blood. In front of him was a bronze door with a twisted rose engraved on the lintel, which was exactly the same as the marks on the back of the necks of the experimental subjects. A faint sound of electric current came from inside the door, like countless people talking at the same time, or like some ancient machine was waking up. Leah pulled out her gun and loaded it, and Adrian's wrench was shaking. I touched my pocket watch, and the pointer was approaching the most dangerous red zone. At the moment when the moonlight was completely swallowed up by the shadows, the bronze door suddenly made a buzzing sound, and a faint blue light seeped out from the crack of the door. Something inside the door woke up. I stared at the twisted rose patterns on the bronze door, and my Adam's apple moved. The sweet and fishy smell of decay penetrated into the nose, as if an invisible hand was gripping the lungs. The smell was so familiar, exactly the same as the experimental subjects soaked in formalin in the morgue. The pocket watch was getting hot in my shirt pocket. The pointer had already rubbed against the edge of the red zone, and my left eye began to twitch, which is a unique sign of accelerated aging, like a rusty needle scraping on the optic nerve. 3 on the left, 2 on the right. Adrian lowered his voice very low. He peeked out through the crack in the door, his Adam's apple trembling slightly in the moonlight. Father installed thermal imaging in the core area, but the inspection hole of the ventilation duct can bypass the main circuit. He put his fingertips on the brick seam on the side of the door, where there was an almost invisible scratch. He brought me here once 10 years ago and said this was the family sanctuary. Leah turned the butt of the gun half a circle in her palm, and the sound of metal friction was as light as a sigh. The mole on the back of her neck was soaked with sweat, glowing a strange red, like a drop of solidified blood. "The thermal imaging blind spot is at 3 o'clock. She pointed to the shadow outside the crack in the door. "But the patrol team passes by every 7 minutes. Evan, your watch." I took out my pocket watch, and the clicking sound of the gears was particularly clear in the silence. On the inside of the watch cover is engraved my mother's name, Martha Hastings. On that stormy night 20 years ago, she fell into my arms, clutching this watch. 5 minutes left. I put the watch back into my pocket and dug my fingernails into my palm. letting the pain cover the numbness in my knees. At 50, my body was in worse shape than I had imagined. My joints felt like rusty gears soaked in ice water. Adrian suddenly tugged at my sleeve. Through the crack in the door, I saw 2 guards in tactical vests appear from the corner. The assault rifles on their shoulders flashed coldly, and the sound of their boot heels hitting the concrete floor was like a heartbeat. One of them took out a walkie-talkie, and mixed with the noise of electricity were vague sounds of ventilation and abnormality. "They found us?" Adrian's voice was tense. Leah said nothing, the knuckles of her index finger turning white as she gripped the trigger. Her breathing was very light as if she was dormant before hunting. I stared at the holster on the guard's waist. It was not an ordinary police weapon. There was a dark pattern on the handle of the gun, which was exactly the same as the rose mark on the back of the experimental subject's neck. "Hold your breath," I whispered. The guard's footsteps were getting closer and closer. The white light from the flashlight swept across the bronze door, casting a bright line on my face. My left eye started to hurt again, and black mist appeared at the edge of my vision. This was a sign that the Whisper of the Dead ability was backfiring. The last time I used my ability to read the memory of the girl whose heart had been removed. I looked in the mirror and saw that my temples had turned completely white overnight. "Safe," one of the guards said gruffly. "Probably rats." The footsteps faded away. Adrian wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the wrench left a red mark on his palm. "Among my father's people there are former Blackwater mercenaries. Their communication channels use military encryption." He pointed to the rose on the door lintel. "To disrupt the communication, we must first cut off the main server here." Leah suddenly squatted down and ran her fingertips over the water stains on the ground. Blood. She smelled her fingertips. Fresh. No more than 2 hours old. A chill ran down the back of my neck.
On that rainy night 20 years ago, I curled up in the closet, listening to my mother's screams through the rain, and smelled this rusty smell, mixed with sweet smell. "Let's go." I pushed open the door, and the rotten wind, wrapped in the sound of electricity, rushed out. "Adrian, you lead the way."
The underground facility is larger than expected. There were exposed wires hanging from the ceiling, and cold blue light seeped out from the cracks in the doors of each room, illuminating the densely packed experimental records on the walls. The dates started from 1998, the same year as my family was murdered. Leah's flashlight swept across a photo, and my blood ran cold. The photo showed a man in a white coat, holding a baby wrapped in a blanket. There was a cinnabar mole on the back of the baby's neck, in the exact same position as Leah. "That's my mother." Adrian's voice was like a broken string. "Margaret Marlowe, my father's late wife. They said she died in childbirth, but these records say memory transplant experiments." He banged his wrench on the wall. "He didn't let her die. He sealed her consciousness in a server, using a living person as a container." The alarm suddenly blew. The red flashing lights made it impossible to open one's eyes, and the sound of running leather boots could be heard from all directions. Leah dragged me around the corner. The bullet grazed my ear and hit the wall. Cement slag splashed on my face. "They have thermal imaging," she yelled. "Adrian, go to the switch room on the left." I picked up the iron rod from the corner and rushed forward. When the first mercenary rushed over, I hit his wrist with the iron rod, and heard the crisp sound of bone breaking. His gun fell to the ground, and I saw a rose pattern engraved on the shell, exactly the same as the special bullet that suppressed the Whisper of the Dead. Sure enough, when I tried to read his last memory, my temple felt like it was hit by a sledgehammer and everything went blank before my eyes. "Don't use your powers." Leah's gun fired, accurately hitting the second mercenary's knee. "Their bullets are coated with iridium, which will interfere with your brainwaves." Adrian's figure flashed from the end of the corridor. His wrench hit the combination lock of the switch room. Sparks splashed on his pale face. "Hurry," he yelled. 30 seconds left. I stabbed the third mercenary in the side with the iron rod, and snatched the assault rifle from him while he staggered. Bullets rained down on the pursuers. and Leah's gun fired bursts of bullets from the other side. The two people's firepower network barely suppressed the enemy. When Adrian's wrench fell for the last time, the alarm stopped abruptly, and all the lights went out at the same time, leaving only a faint blue light in the server room. The communication is down. Adrian's voice was filled with tears. But the server is self-destructing. The sound of metal friction came from the darkness, denser and heavier than before. Leah's flashlight swept down the hallway, and I saw shadows moving, not human shadows but outlines that were too wide, too tall, their joints twisted at angles like branches that had been broken and reattached. The sweet smell of decay was suddenly so strong that it was sickening. Something was breathing in the darkness, a sound like a bellows turning rusty gears. I heard Leah gasp as her flashlight revealed a face, or rather half a face, normal human skin on the left, but covered in bluish-gray scales on the right, her eyes a sickly red, and the rose mark on the back of her neck oozing black blood. Experimental subjects. Adrian's voice trembled. Father said that these are perfect vessels. They can regenerate, feel pain but will not retreat. The nearest experimental subject had already rushed over. Its arms were thicker than an adult man's waist, and its nails cut through the air like steel knives. I raised my gun and shot. The bullet hit its chest with only sparks. It didn't even slow down. Its iron-like hands directly grasped my throat. As the feeling of suffocation came over me, I heard Leah's gunfire, heard Adrian's wrench hit the rose mark on the back of the subject's neck, and heard my pocket watch crack in the violent jolt, the pointer completely plunging into the red zone. But these sounds are far, very far away. I stared into the eyes of the experimental subject, and suddenly I saw Margaret's photo in the blood red, the cinnabar mole on the back of Leah's neck, and the face of my mother lying in a pool of blood, 20 years ago, overlapping into the same blurry shadow. The subject's grip tightened. My vision began to blur, and I heard my own hoarse voice saying, "Leah, run." But she didn't run. She placed the barrel of her gun against the subject's ear. The moment she pulled the trigger, I saw the cinnabar mole on the back of her neck suddenly glow red, like a fire ignited by some force. A gurgling sound like a broken bellows came from my throat, and the subject's fingers almost dug into my cervical vertebrae. A black mist appeared at the edge of my vision, as if someone was slowly covering my eyes with cotton soaked in ink. Leah's gun fired 7 times, and the bullets made 7 charred holes behind the subject's ears, but it didn't even blink, and just squeezed my hand a little tighter. Evan. Leah's scream pierced through the tinnitus in my ears, and I saw her rushing towards me, her hair brushing against my sweaty face. In her hand she held a piece of broken iron that had been torn off the subject's body. The sharp edges shone with a cold light. That was what had just broken off when Adrian hit it on the back of the neck with a wrench. The subject's knuckles pressed against my Adam's apple, and I could clearly hear the crackling sound from my cervical vertebrae. In the shadow of death, something hot suddenly exploded from the temple. Its whisper of the dead. This damn thing always starts automatically when I'm closest to death, like the last piece of driftwood a drowning person grabs. The severe pain rushed into my brain along the optic nerve, and a scarlet explosion appeared in front of my eyes. The subject's memories came flooding back. The metal table, the pungent smell of formalin, the man with gold-rimmed glasses. It was Victor picking up a dark red crystal with silver pliers and inserting it into the incision in its chest. As soon as the crystals touched the flesh, they began to wriggle, drilling into the gaps between the ribs like living things. "These are fragments of Margaret." Victor's voice was morbidly gentle. "My love, you see, they will be the best containers for you." Margaret. The black and white photo I saw in Victor's study, the woman with eyebrows and eyes similar to Leah. In the subject's memory, every time he attacked, the crystal on his chest would emit red light, driving the muscles to regenerate crazily. And when Adrian's wrench hit the rose mark on the back of its neck, The light of the crystal dimmed for a moment. The core is in the chest. I roared hoarsely. The sound like a piece of iron being rubbed by sandpaper. The subject's fingers suddenly loosened, and I fell to the ground covered with broken glass, coughing violently and reaching for the gun at my waist. Leah understood instantly. She pulled Adrian to hide beside the experimental subject. Adrian hit the back of the neck at the same position as before. The young man raised the wrench again, and with the sound of metal collision, the experimental subject's movement was indeed delayed for half a second. I pointed the gun at the protruding collarbone below it, where the crystal was in my memory, and pulled the trigger. The moment the bullet penetrated the skin, the subject let out an inhuman howl. A cloud of blood exploded from its chest, and dark red crystals wrapped in minced meat burst out and fell to the ground, emitting green smoke and hissing. Its arms drooped. The blood shot on its eyeballs faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. And finally it fell with a bang at my feet, and a kind of relieved calm appeared on its face. It worked. Adrian's voice was filled with tears. He kicked away another experimental subject who was rushing towards him, and the wrench drew a silver arc under the fluorescent light. Leah's baton hit the subject's knee, and as it staggered I fired 3 shots, 2 at the rose mark on the back of its neck, and 1 straight into its chest. The battle lasted 17 minutes. In 17 minutes I used up 2 magazines of bullets. Leah's baton broke into 2 pieces, and Adrian's wrench was stained with black and red blood. When the core of the last experimental subject was shattered, the metal door of the laboratory creaked open, and a foul wind carrying the smell of rust blew in. Behind the door was a circular space, with an instrument in the center that was 2 stories high. Countless transparent tubes were wrapped around the metal bracket. What flowed in the tubes was not liquid, but mist with a faint blue fluorescence, the same color as the crystal on the chest of the experimental subject. Victor stood in front of the instrument, his white coat stained with scattered blood spots, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were frighteningly bright. "Welcome, my guest." He raised the remote control in his hand, and the searchlight on the top of the instrument lit up, casting a barrier of red light under our feet. "Don't worry, this is just a safety measure." He turned around and pressed the start button of the instrument. The electronic sound echoed in the empty space. "Life reconstruction system activated. Remaining time." "You're crazy." Leah rushed to the barrier, pressed her palm on the red light, and immediately retracted her hand due to the burn. "This mist is the remnant of Margaret's brainwaves. Forced fusion will produce irreversible neural contamination. Do you want to turn the entire Grey Harbor town into an experimental subject?" Victor's smile froze for a moment. He stroked the bronze plaque on the instrument, on which was engraved the name Margaret Marlowe. 20 years ago in that fire, they burned my wife to death, and burned my laboratory, but they don't know that I have already sealed the fragments of her consciousness in the crystal. As long as the reconstruction system is activated, Margaret can be reborn through these perfect containers. He suddenly turned to Adrian. "Including you, my son. Isn't the rose mark on the back of your neck the container mark I prepared for her?" Adrian took 2 steps back and bumped into me. Only then did I notice that there was indeed a light pink mark on the back of his neck, which was exactly the same shape as the cinnabar mole on the experimental subject and Leah. Leah suddenly grabbed her collar, and a mirror wall reflected the cinnabar mole on the back of her neck, which was now glowing slightly with the humming of the instrument, like a fire awakened by some force. "Countdown 3 minutes. An electronic voice sounded. I reached for the gun at my waist, but it bounced back from the barrier. Victor waved the remote control. "This barrier can block all kinetic attacks, including bullets. As for you..." His eyes swept across the back of Leah's neck. "Dear Sheriff Crawford, why do you think you were transferred to Grey Harbor? The mark on the back of your neck is the perfect template for Margaret's vessel." Leah's face turned pale instantly. I grabbed her trembling hand and could feel the cold sweat on her palm. Adrian suddenly rushed towards the barrier, but was bounced against the wall by the red light. Father, you are not saving Mother at all. The fragments of her consciousness have long been contaminated by pain and resentment. You are creating a monster. 2 minutes to go. Victor turned a deaf ear. He opened the drawer on the side of the instrument and took out a carved silver box. Inside was the last crystal, larger than all the previous ones, glowing with an eerie purple. This is a fragment of Margaret's main consciousness. He put the crystal into the core of the instrument. Once the system is completed, my love will truly wake up. And you, he pushed up his glasses, will be witnesses. 1 minute left. I turned to look at Leah and Adrian. Leah's cinnabar mole was so red that it seemed to be bleeding, and Adrian's rose mark was also hot. The humming of the instrument grew louder, and the ground began to vibrate slightly. I took out my broken pocket watch, and the pointer stopped at the deepest red zone. This 50-year-old body had reached its limit. We have to go in. Leah gritted her teeth. The energy source of the barrier should be at the bottom of the instrument.
Evan, do you remember the old circuits at the fire station from 20 years ago?
This old-style barrier requires a grounding conductor. 30 seconds to go. I stared at the silver wires looming at the bottom of the barrier, and suddenly remembered the fuses I played with in the abandoned factory when I was a child. Adrian, lend me your wrench. I pulled off my coat and wrapped my hands. Leah, wait for me to break the wires, and you use the beton fragments to short-circuit the interface. 10 seconds to go. Victor's laughter mixed with electronic sounds exploded. I gripped the wrench tightly and rushed towards the barrier, with Leah and Adrian following closely behind me. The wires were right under my feet, glowing with a cold glow like the tongue of a poisonous snake. The moment I raised the wrench, I caught a glimpse of the cinnabar mole on the back of Leah's neck, suddenly emitting red light. The light penetrated the barrier and cast a shadow on the crystal at the core of the instrument. 3, 2, 1. The instrument emitted a deafening roar, and the barrier glowed red. My wrench hit the wire, and sparks flew into my eyes. The fragment of Leah's baton brushed against the interface, and blue arcs of electricity shot up her arm. Adrian's roar was swallowed by the noise. I saw Victor's mouth shape saying success, saw the crystal emit a dazzling purple light, and saw the cinnabar mole on the back of Leah's neck light up at the same time as the crystal. Then, all the sound suddenly disappeared. I knelt on the ground and everything in front of me was white. Leah fell into my arms, her forehead resting on my chin, and I could feel her rapid breathing. Adrian lay on the other side of the barrier with his hands still stretched forward. The humming of the instrument turned into a buzzing sound, and a countdown to 0 sound played in a loop, like a broken radio. Victor's white coat was blown up by the airwave. He pressed the instrument buttons frantically, but the screen was completely black. The crystal cracked into spider-web-like patterns at the core, and purple mist was seeping out from the cracks, flowing back along the pipes towards the direction of the remains of the experimental subject. No, impossible. He staggered towards the instrument, but was blocked by a metal baffle that suddenly popped out. I wiped the blood off my face, and saw that the cinnabar mole on the back of Leah's neck was fading and turning back into a light pink dot. Adrian's rose mark also dimmed. The searchlight on top of the instrument flashed, casting a line of blood-red words. Consciousness fusion failed. Contamination value. Victor suddenly turned around, his pupils full of purple bloodshot, exactly like the eyes of the dying test subject. You destroyed her. He grabbed a scalpel on the table and rushed over, but he fell to the ground after just 2 steps, holding his chest. Purple mist poured out of his 7 orifices and gathered into a blurry face above his head. It was a photo of Margaret, who was grinning at the moment, revealing the sharp teeth of the test subject. Countdown, countdown. I heard myself whispering hoarsely. Leah propped herself up and pointed to the small screen on the side of the instrument. Look, the backup countdown. The red numbers are jumping. Victor's scream mixed with the roar of the mist echoed in the empty laboratory. I helped Leah to her feet while Adrian picked up the wrench from the ground. The instrument's backup system started to activate. The mist in the pipe began to flow again, and the fingers of the remains of the experimental subject suddenly moved. We stood back to back, listening to the ticking of the second hand. This time, no one said run. The metal floor of the laboratory was freezing cold. I held Leah's arm and could feel her muscles under her police uniform stretched like a taut bowstring. Adrian's knuckles turned white as he gripped the wrench, and the edge of the wrench was still stained with the blue-purple liquid that had splashed on it when Victor knocked over the reagent rack just now. That was the memory-stabilizing liquid mentioned in Margaret's experimental records, and it was now slowly crawling along the metal lines to our feet. The red light on the top of the instrument hurt my eyes, and the backup countdown jumped to... The right hand of the remains of the experimental subject had been completely raised up, and the grey-white nail scraped across the ground, making a squeaking sound that made the back teeth ache. Victor was still twitching on the ground, in the mist pouring out of his 7 orifices. Margaret's face became clearer and clearer. Her fangs glowed coldly in the red light, very much like the bite marks on the neck of the 3rd victim I saw in the morgue. Defense system. Leah spoke suddenly. Her voice was low but clear like a scalpel, cutting through cloth. The defense system in the core area has been activated. She pointed to the originally transparent glass wall at the end of the laboratory. At some point it was covered with dark purple light patterns, wriggling like a living thing, separating us from the humming main instrument. My throat tightened. 3 days ago, in the basement of the old city hall, I saw this light pattern when I used Whisper of the Dead to read the memory of the guard who was killed in the explosion. The last image of the guard at that time was Margaret, wearing rubber gloves, inserting a diamond-shaped crystal into the defense system control panel, exactly the same as the energy core embedded in the chest cavity of the experimental subject. Energy core, I blurt out. The headaches brought on by aging suddenly intensified, and my temples were throbbing, as if someone was stirring in my skull with a rusty screwdriver. That's a side effect of using my ability, but I can't care about that at the moment. The defense system and the energy core of the experimental subject share the same source. Victor stole Margaret's research back then. It's impossible for her to make the defense system completely independent of the experimental subject. Adrian looked up suddenly. The rose mark on his left wrist had faded to a shadow, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. My father's laboratory log mentioned that the quantum fluctuation frequency of the energy core can interfere with the same frequency equipment. Last month he discovered that the backup power supply was unstable, so he used the core of the experimental body as a voltage stabilizer. Leah's fingers tapped quickly on her tactical belt. That was her habit when she was thinking. If the frequency of the defense system's vibration is consistent with the core, and the shock wave of a different frequency is input in the opposite direction, she suddenly pulled over the medical cart in the corner, and the metal wheels made a harsh sound on the burn. Evan, among the experimental subjects you destroyed before, is there any core that was not completely shattered? I remembered that half an hour ago, in order to prevent Victor from merging his consciousness, I used a fire axe to smash the chests of 3 experimental subjects. Among the flying debris, a crystal fell into the opening of the ventilation duct. It should still be there now. Follow me. I bent down to avoid the raised left arm of the experimental subject's remains. The fishy smell of rotten meat mixed with the sweet smell of memory-stabilizing fluid went straight into my nostrils. There was a layer of dust at the opening of the ventilation duct, and the diamond-shaped crystal was half buried in the dust. There were spiderweb-like cracks on the surface, but there was still a faint blue light in the center. I wrapped my sleeve around my hand and picked it up. The crystal felt burning hot where it touched my skin, like a melting coal. There are 2 more, Adrian said suddenly. He squatted at Victor's feet and pulled out 2 metal boxes from the pile of overturned experimental equipment. These are transport boxes. My father always said that undebugged cores cannot be exposed to the air. He opened the lids of the boxes, and inside lay a complete crystal, with the same purple light pattern as the defense system. Leah had already disassembled the oscilloscope on the lab table and cut a few wires with hemostats. "Give me the core." Her fingers flew over the instrument like she was playing the piano. "Evan, when you read the subject's memory before, have you ever seen the frequency of fluctuations when they were activated?" I closed my eyes. Last week in the morgue, I put my hand against the cold forehead of the fourth victim, and the last scene I saw was, she was pressed on the operating table. Margaret was holding up the energy detector, and a green waveform was jumping on the screen. That was the calibration frequency before the experimental subject was started. The opposite of tone 17 Hz is 2T17. Leah's pen tip made deep marks on the notebook. If the damaged core emits a Mi-217 Hz vibration, the intact core will resonate due to the frequency conflict. She suddenly looked up. "Adrian, give me one of the cores in the transport box." Adrian's fingers shook as he handed it over. I knew what he was thinking. This was something his father had cherished as his life, the key to Margaret's plan to resurrect her. But at this moment, the fanged face in the mist was still grinning, and Victor's throat was making inhuman whimpers. We had no choice. Leah placed the intact core and the broken core side by side on the oscilloscope and connected them with wires. The instrument beeps, and the waveform on the screen begins to distort. The fingers of the remains of the experimental subjects suddenly twitched violently, and their nails dug sparks on the ground. They could sense the changes in the core, the frequency matches. Leah's voice was filled with tense excitement. "Look at the defense system." I turned my head. The purple wall of light was shaking, and the light patterns were like a spider web blown by the wind, with fine cracks appearing. The countdown jumped to 000025. The cervical vertebrae of the remains of the experimental subjects made a clicking sound. Their heads slowly turned towards us, and a pulsating red light was reflected in their cloudy eyeballs. Another core. I grabbed the last crystal in the shipping box. "Adrian, hold on to the oscilloscope." The three of us acted at the same time. Adrian held down the base of the instrument with a wrench. I pressed the third core into the connector, and Leah slammed the oscilloscope's adjustment knob. The sound of electric current suddenly became louder, and the remains of the experimental subjects suddenly let out a sharp hiss. The chest of one of them exploded, and black liquid sprayed onto the light wall, corroding a charred hole. The cracks in the wall of light expanded instantly. I saw the main instrument in the core area. The searchlight on top of it had turned blood red, and the screen that had originally displayed "Consciousness Fusion Failed" was now scrolling "Self-Destruction Program Initiated. Go." I grabbed Leah's wrist and rushed into the wall of light. The moment we passed through, our skin felt like it was pricked by thousands of tiny needles. When we opened our eyes again, we were already standing in front of the main instrument. Adrian followed closely behind, his right shoulder rubbing against the edge of the light wall, burning a hole in the fabric, revealing the red and swollen skin underneath. But our steps stopped 2 meters away from the instrument. A translucent shield suddenly rose up around the main instrument, emitting a cold blue light, and its surface was covered with purple lines, similar to those in the defense system, but denser and sharper. I tried to touch it with my palm, and the shield immediately rippled, and 3 bloody marks were cut on my palm. "This is an energy shield." Leah pulled off her scarf and wrapped it around my hands. For the first time there was a crack in her voice. Margaret's notes mentioned that it is the ultimate defense device, it requires homologous energy to crack it. Adrian's voice came from behind. He stared at the purple lines on the shield. His Adam's apple moved. My dad said that the shield's energy interface is at the bottom of the instrument. Only by using Margaret's experimental core. He stopped suddenly, because we saw at the same time, at the interface at the bottom of the instrument, there was a diamond-shaped crystal inserted, exactly the same as the ones we just used, but brighter and purer. The countdown jumped as the roar of the remains of the experimental subject was just behind them, In Victor's mist, Margaret's face was grinning even wider, and her fangs were almost sticking out of the mist. I looked at Leah, her police badge flashing coldly in the red light. I looked at Adrian. The rose mark on his wrist had completely disappeared, leaving only a pale mark. "Take the core," I said, my voice hoarse like a rusted gear. Leah's fingers were already on the edge of the shield. "I'll divert the fluctuations, Evan. No." I reached behind my waist, where the wrench Adrian had just handed me was tucked. "You're the sheriff. You have to stay alive to write the report." Adrian suddenly grabbed my arm. His hand was hot, like a piece of red-hot iron. "I'll go. I am his son. It is my responsibility." The roar of the remains of the experimental subject drowned out his words. I shook his hand off, my knuckles turning white from the effort of gripping the wrench. The joint pain brought on by aging has now become a dull drumbeat, and every beat is a reminder that time is running out. The shield ripples more violently as I get closer. I raised the wrench and aimed it at the core at the interface. That was the last and most critical one. The countdown numbers jumped before my eyes. 000. The moment that the wrench fell, I heard Leah shout something, and Adrian's breathing was almost behind my ear. The core loosened with a metallic clang, and the blue light of the shield suddenly dimmed. But at this moment, the self-destruction countdown on the instrument screen suddenly changed to 000003, and the shield lit up again, more dazzling than before. I turned around while holding the hot core, and saw Leah operating the instrument panel, her hair stuck to her face with sweat, and her fingertips flying on the keyboard. Adrian was holding a fire extinguisher he had picked up from the experimental table, aiming it at the wreckage of the experimental subject that was rushing towards him. Victor had already stood up. His eyes had turned completely purple, and mist was wrapped around his arms, forming translucent claws. "Hurry," Leah's voice cracked. 3 seconds to go. I plugged the core into the new socket. The instruments emitted a dull roar, and the shields began to flicker. The roar of the remains of the experimental subjects turned into a scream, and the head of one of them suddenly exploded. Black liquid splashed on the shield and corroded a larger hole. Victor's misty claws had already swung in front of me, and I saw a smile on the corner of his mouth. It was Margaret's smile, completely different from the gentleness in the morgue photo. The countdown jumped to. The shield shattered with a bang. Leah's finger pressed the last button, and the self-destruct countdown on the instrument screen suddenly froze and began to flash. Victor's misty claws stopped half an inch away from my throat. A flash of panic appeared in his pupils, and then was replaced by deeper madness. But we had no time to celebrate. Green smoke suddenly came out from the bottom of the instrument, and a new warning popped up on the screen. "Shield overload. Ultimate defense activated." I followed Leah's gaze. The searchlight on top of the instrument lit up again, and this time it cast not words, but a faint blue light. It was slowly sweeping across the laboratory, and wherever it passed, the rotten flesh of the experimental subject's remains began to reorganize, and Victor's mist condensed into a clearer human face. And on the ground where the light swept, a complex array diagram emerged, exactly the same as the ultimate ritual of consciousness fusion drawn in Margaret's notes. The countdown numbers jumped again. This time it was. Leah pressed her hand on the back of my hand, very lightly, like a leaf. Adrian's wrench hung at his side. He stared at Victor, but also seemed to be looking through him to somewhere farther away. The joints of the remains of the experimental subjects made crackling sounds, and their fingers became flexible again, with black blood from the explosion still stained on their nails. Victor laughed, this time in his own voice, mixed with Margaret's echo. "You think you stopped the self-destruction? No, kids." His misty arm pointed at the instrument. "This is where it really starts." The smoke grew thicker, and the hum of the instruments turned into a low roar. I can feel the whisper of the dead ability stirring, like countless voices scratching the inside of my eardrums. Those are the sobs of countless souls that are about to die or about to be awakened. Leah tugged at my sleeve, her palms sweaty. Evan, look at the fragments of the shield. I lowered my head. In the remnants of the shattered shield, a pale blue crystal was glowing, with tiny words engraved on it. Those were Margaret's handwriting, which I had seen in her experimental log. The ultimate defense must be started with blood. The sound of the test subject's nails scraping the ground was getting closer. In Victor's mist, Margaret's fangs flashed coldly. The instrument's countdown jumped to, and we have not yet found a way to crack the ultimate defense. I stared at the words on the light blue crystal, and my Adam's apple moved. I have read Margaret's notes no less than 20 times. She always liked to use a quill pen to write tiny characters on yellowed letter paper. Each letter looked like it was picked out by a needle tip. At this moment, these words glowed coldly in the crystal, like a thin needle piercing my back teeth. The ultimate defense must be initiated with blood. The sound of the subject's nails scraping across the ground got closer, and I could smell the stench of burnt flesh mixed with motor oil. Leah's fingers were still tugging at my sleeve. In her other hand, she was holding a magnifying glass that she had picked up from the wreckage of the laboratory. There were blood stains on the lens. The shield energy is circulating, Evan. Look at these lines. She put the magnifying glass in front of the crystal, and only then did I realize that there were silver lines as thin as hair flowing in the light blue halo, extending towards the instrument like blood vessels. The humming of the instrument has turned into a low-frequency vibration, which makes my temples throb. The countdown jumped to 00022 and the red numbers cast a bloody shadow on the metal casing. Adrian suddenly tugged at my arm. The front of his shirt was still stained with black ash from the explosion, but his eyes were abnormally bright. My dad's laboratory drawings. The backup energy interface is usually hidden behind the heatsink. He fished out a crumpled blueprint from his trouser pocket. There was a hole burned in the corner. It must have been stolen from Victor's office. Leah's fingertips moved quickly on the blueprint, and her fingernails tapped on the energy center mark. The shield needs to be continuously powered. The main energy source was blown up by us, and now it is maintained by the backup interface. When she looked up, the strands of hair behind her ears were blown by the airflow of the instrument. If the interface is destroyed, the shield will overload and collapse. The experiment subject's roar suddenly rose, and I saw the nearest wreckage raised its deformed right arm. There was a half wrench stuck in its elbow, which had just been blown away by the explosion. You go to the interface. I handed the gun to Adrian. I'll lead them away. No. Leah grabbed my wrist, the sweat from her palms seeping into my skin. Your ability. I forced a smile and touched my face. Every time I use Whisper of the Dead recently, I get an extra wrinkle at the corner of my eye. Now when I look in the mirror, I look like crumpled brown paper. I'm already 50, so I'm not afraid of being a few years older. I pulled her hand away, and when I turned around I caught a glimpse of her lips, which were bitten white. The heat sink on the back of the instrument was hidden in the shadows. I crouched over and moved towards it, the footsteps of the experimental subject following closely behind. Adrian held the gun to my right. His hands were shaking, but the muzzle was always pointed at the nearest threat. 3 o'clock, he suddenly shouted, and I instinctively rushed to the operating table next to me. The metal claws scraped across my neck, leaving a half-inch deep scratch on the wall. The interface is here. Adrian's voice trembled. He squatted in front of the heatsink and pried the rusty screws with a screwdriver. I fired 2 shots with my backhand, and the bullets hit the metal frame on the subject's chest, splashing a string of sparks. Their movements were more agile than before. One of them suddenly bent down, picked up a steel bar on the ground, and threw it towards me like a javelin. I dodged sideways, and the steel bar brushed past my shoulder and went into the wall, shaking all the instruments on the wall. The screw is loose. Adrian threw away the screwdriver and pulled open the heatsink with his bare hands. The interface inside glowed with a faint blue light, like a beating heart. I took out the explosives from my waist. This was what Leah had taken from the evidence room. It was specially used to dismantle the safe. "Back off," I shouted. And just as I was about to press the switch, "Be careful," Adrian suddenly pounced on me, and I staggered when he knocked me. A string of laser beams flew past my ears. 2 palm-sized mechanical guards popped out from the shadows in the corner, with 8 metal legs propped on the ground and smoke coming out of their guns. "It's my dad's security system." Adrian wiped the blood off his face, which must have been scratched by the laser. "They recognize biological features." I gritted my teeth and raised the gun, my old knees shaking. The first shot blew off the barrel of the gun on the left, and the second shot jammed. Damn, the explosion just now loosened the magazine. The mechanical guard's laser shot at me again. I dragged Adrian and rolled under the operating table. The heat from the metal rubbed against the back of my neck and burned my hair. "Give me the explosives." Adrian pulled out a silver device from his trouser pocket. It was the master key to Victor's laboratory. I modified the program and can hack into their system. His fingers danced quickly on the key, and the sweat on his forehead dripped onto the metal surface. "They will self-destruct in 3 seconds. 2. The 2 mechanical guards suddenly froze, and then sparks burst out at the same time. I took the opportunity to climb out and press the explosive bomb on the interface. "Detonate in 5 seconds." I dragged Adrian back. The screams of the experimental subjects were close at hand, and one of them had already hooked his fingers on my belt. Boom! The explosion hurt my eardrums, and I was knocked to the ground by the blast, with the back of my head hitting the metal steps. When my vision cleared up, the first thing I saw was the light blue shield that shattered into starlight, with a pop, like a punctured balloon. Leah rushed over from behind the console. Her white coat had a hole in it, revealing her blood-stained shirt underneath. It worked. Shield overload. Before he finished speaking, the instrument suddenly emitted an ear-piercing scream. Victor's mist form surged violently, and Margaret's voice exploded from it. "Stupid ants." The mist condensed into a giant hand and slapped the emergency button on the top of the instrument. The red alarm light lit up instantly. The instrument casing began to close, and the metal friction sounded like nails scratching a blackboard. Electric current defense. Leah suddenly grabbed my arm and dragged me back. "Retreat quickly." A purple-white arc of electricity shot out from the gap in the instrument, and I felt half of my body suddenly lose consciousness, as if I was thrown into boiling water. Adrian was hit on the shoulder by the electric arc, and he flew out and hit the wall with a dull sound. Leah's hand was still wrapped around me, but her warmth was fading. No, it was my senses that were fading. I heard myself hit the ground hard, and saw the ceiling spinning. The countdown on the instrument jumped to 0000005, and the red numbers burned on my retina. Victor's laughter, mixed with the sound of electricity, pierced his ears. A gift for reuniting with Margaret. "You deserve one last look." I wanted to get up, but my aging muscles felt like they were filled with lead. Leah lay next to me, her hair spread out, covering half of her face. Adrian huddled in the corner, bleeding from the wound on his shoulder, but he was still moving, reaching for the gun that had fallen to the ground. The sound of the instrument closing became louder and louder. The electricity was still crackling, and I could smell the smell of my own burning hair, and the faint mint scent of Leah's body mixed with the rusty smell of blood. The countdown jumped to 0. I reached out and tried to grab Leah's hand. As soon as his fingertips touched the back of her hand, the instrument suddenly made a roar. Then, darkness came like a tide. I was awakened by the smell of rust. My throat felt like it was stuffed with a ball of red-hot wire, and it hurt every time I took a breath. When I regained consciousness, the first thing I felt was a dull pain at the back of my head. The impact with the ground must have cracked my skull. I tried to move my fingers, and felt a burning pain on the back of my left hand. I looked down and saw that my skin was wrinkling at a speed visible to the naked eye, like an apple that had been left in the sun for 3 days.
Evan?
Leah's voice was sticky with blood foam. I turned my head and saw half of her face pressed against the scorched floor. The blood oozing from behind her right ear was flowing down the auricle, forming a dark red flower in her hair. Her police badge was crooked at her collarbone, and the metal surface was burned with honeycomb-like pits by the electric current. The hum of the instrument continued, but it was no longer the sharp whistle as before. Instead, it was like a wounded beast rolling and growling in its throat. I propped myself up, but almost fell down as my elbows touched the ground. My old muscles couldn't bear the force. I caught a glimpse of Adrian. From the corner of my eye, he was using his uninjured left hand to pick at the crack in the wall and move towards this side. The wound on his right shoulder was turned up, and the white collarbone could be seen inside. "Count down," I asked in a hoarse voice. Leah raised her hand with difficulty and pointed to the red digital screen on the side of the instrument. I looked over there and my heart skipped a beat. The self-destruct sequence that was supposed to start at 000002 was stuck at 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000. This thing has an emergency lockout program, and it got stuck after the self-destruction was triggered. She suddenly grabbed my wrist, her nails almost digging into my wrinkled skin. But the energy is still overloading. In 3 minutes at most, the entire basement will be blown to pieces, and the shockwave will overturn half of Grey Harbor town. My temple was throbbing. A similar situation had been seen in the FBI laboratory 3 months ago, when a precision instruments self-destruction program produced a logical conflict with the core energy supply system. An energy deadlock would form. There was only one final result. All unreleased energy would explode at the critical point, with a force 10 times greater than normal self-destruction. Adrian finally moved to our side. He pulled off the hem of his shirt and wrapped it around his shoulders. Blood immediately seeped out. When my dad designed this thing, he mentioned that the emergency protection mechanism requires a specific password sequence to be released, but the password is in his control terminal. He suddenly paused, his eyes drifting towards Victor in the corner. The old man was leaning against the console and laughing. The front of his suit was torn open by the electric arc, revealing a shirt embroidered with irises underneath. The pattern was exactly the same as the one on my mother's pajamas in the photo of the murder scene 20 years ago. His right hand was in the inner pocket of his suit, his knuckles turning white from the strain. "Do you think you can stop Margaret's rebirth?" His voice was like sandpaper scraping against glass. "This machine stores her last 30 seconds of brainwaves. As long as the energy is released, she can—" "Fuck you, Margaret," Adrian suddenly yelled, his voice filled with tears. "She's been dead for 20 years. You buried the lives of the entire town with her. She'll despise you even in hell." Victor's smile froze. I followed Adrian's gaze and found that there was a bulge in the old man's suit pocket, shaped like a metal plate, that should be the control terminal. The hum of the instrument suddenly rose an octave, and dust from the ceiling fell down. I felt warm liquid flowing out of my nostrils. The blood vessels in my brain ruptured under the impact of energy. "There's no time." "Evan?" Leah tugged at my trouser leg. "Use your powers." I was stunned for a moment. Whisper of the dead can only read the memories of dead humans. But here besides us, there are only... My eyes swept over the small mechanical guard lying in the corner. That was Victor's security system. After being hit by the electric arc just now, the metal shell was charred, and the red light in the eyes was completely extinguished. "The mechanical guard's also considered dead," I murmured. "Try it." Adrian wiped the blood off his face. "The last time you read the memory of the homeless man who was hit by a car, he even had the sound of brakes in his memory. The memory of the mechanical guard is data. Maybe it's clearer." I gritted my teeth. the price of aging. Even if I become 90 years old immediately now, it will be worth it as long as I can live 3 minutes longer. I crawled toward the mechanical guard, each step like dragging a boulder through mud. When I touched its cold metal legs, the charred skin on my palms tore open again, and blood seeped into the cracks in its shell. I closed my eyes and concentrated. A burst of blue light suddenly exploded in the darkness. It was the visual memory of the mechanical guard. It was scanning the entire basement with infrared, and Victor in the camera was debugging the instrument, his fingers tapping quickly on the control terminal. Green code scrolled in the upper right corner of the screen, and the last few lines suddenly zoomed in. Emergency lockdown. Release sequence is Victor. Margaret. I opened my eyes suddenly, and my temple felt like it was splitting with pain. Using my ability this time was more strenuous than any other time before. I could hear the clicking of my cervical vertebrae, and if I looked in the mirror, if I had a mirror now, I would probably see the new gray hair on my temples. The code sequence is Victor Margaret May 23th, 1990. Adrian's eyes lit up. He grabbed the gun on the ground and pulled the trigger with his left hand. My dad has a habit of keeping important things close to his body. As he said this, he suddenly pounced on Victor and hit his injured shoulder against the old man's waist. Victor obviously didn't expect his adopted son to take action. He staggered back 2 steps, and when he pulled his right hand out of his inner pocket, the control terminal fell to the ground. I rushed over with all my strength, my old knees hitting the ground with a crisp sound, and just as my fingers hooked on the edge of the terminal, Victor's leather shoes stepped on the back of my hand. "Little bastard," he cursed, grabbing my throat with his other hand. "Why do you think your mother died? She knew about Margaret, and that I wanted to." I didn't listen to what he said at all. I stared at his red eyes, and remembered that when I was 7 years old, I also looked inside through the kitchen window of my house, with such eyes. It turned out that the shadow standing outside the window on that rainy night, 20 years ago, was this old guy in front of me. Anger suddenly broke through the dullness brought by aging. I lifted my free hand and dug my nails into Victor's wrist. He let go in pain, and I took the opportunity to grab the terminal and crawl back to Leah's side. "Input. Quick." I stuffed the terminal into Leah's hands. Her fingers flew across the screen. I stared at the digital screen of the instrument and saw that the red numbers finally stopped flashing and began to count down slowly. Zeros. "It's lifted." Leah breathed a sigh of relief. "The self-destruct program is turned off, and the energy is being released." She didn't finish her words. The instrument suddenly let out a sharp roar, similar to the cry of a whale, and the metal casing began to show spiderweb-like cracks on the surface, like tinfoil being kneaded by invisible hands. I saw lavender energy bands seeping out from the cracks and condensing into glowing mist in the air. Wherever they passed, the concrete floor began to melt, like a candy bar that had been splashed with sulfuric acid. Victor's laughter was even crazier than before. Discharge? That was the last tremor before the energy core was overloaded. "This machine is connected to the underground power grid of Grey Harbor Town. The energy will burn through all the transformers along the cables in half an hour." He opened his arms. "The whole town will turn into a big fireball." Leah's face turned pale instantly. She grabbed the terminal and started typing frantically, but all the characters on the screen turned into garbled characters. Adrian staggered towards the instrument and tried to smash the casing with the butt of his gun, but a beam of energy hit his arm, and his skin immediately turned black and festered. I stood up by holding on to the wall, and my old spine made a teeth-grinding friction sound. Through my blurry vision, I saw the energy fog spreading upwards along the ventilation ducts, and heard the muffled sound of a transformer exploding in the distance. Victor didn't lie. The end of Grey Harbor Town had begun. The cracks in the instrument grew larger and larger, and the lavender light almost filled the entire basement. Leah grabbed my hand, her palms sweaty. Evan, we have to. I know. I interrupted her. Our eyes were simultaneously cast towards the core of the instrument. There was a brighter purple light there, like a beating heart. Perhaps only by completely destroying the core can the energy be stopped from spreading. But how to destroy it? We couldn't even get close. Victor suddenly staggered towards the instrument. His suit had been burned into fragments by the energy mist, and a strange fluorescence appeared on the surface of his skin. "Margaret," he whispered, "I'm coming." Then he ran headfirst into the energy beam. The old man's body vaporized instantly, leaving not even ashes. But the vibration of the instrument became more violent, and the energy mist began to condense into a solid entity. I could vaguely make out the outline of a woman, with golden curly hair, a blue dress, exactly the same as the woman in the yellowed photo in my mother's album. Leah dug her fingers into my arm. "Is that Margaret?" I didn't answer. I stared at the shadow in the energy mist and suddenly remembered another feature of Whisper of the Dead. When the obsession of the deceased is strong enough, the memory will materialize. Perhaps Victor's 20 years of madness really made Margaret's residual soul attached to the energy. The instrument roared one last time, and the purple light of the energy core surged. I subconsciously protected Leah, but I saw Adrian hugging me from behind. His body temperature came through the charred shirt. It's better to die together than for my dad to be alone. But death did not come. The purple light condensed into a vortex above our heads, and then began to shrink, as if being sucked back by something. The cracks in the instrument no longer expanded, but instead slowly healed. Leah looked up at me, her eyes full of confusion. "What's going on?" I am confused too, until I saw the back of my hand. The scorched and wrinkled skin was stretching, and the finger bones that were broken by Victor just now made a slight crack sound. Aging. In reverse. No, not a reversal. It's a side effect of Whisper of the Dead. Each use of the ability accelerates aging by 1 hour. But now, when the energy touches my body, the flow of time seems to be disrupted. Perhaps the power of this machine is somehow related to my abilities. The instrument suddenly fell silent. All the energy mist was sucked back into the core, and the metal shell became smooth again, as if everything just now was just an illusion. But there was still a burning smell in the ventilation duct. The wound on Adrian's shoulder was still bleeding, and the burn mark on Leah's police badge was still there. This was not an illusion. "Evan," Leah pointed to the digital screen on the side of the instrument. I looked over and saw that the countdown, which was supposed to have returned to 0, now showed 0000000000000, but there was a new line of text below. "Restarting. Please wait." Then, all the lights in the basement went out. In the darkness I heard the sound of gears turning inside the instrument. Very slowly, like some ancient giant beast awakening. Leah's hand tightened in my palm, and Adrian's breath sprayed on the back of my neck, carrying the smell of blood. Something, from deep within the core of the instrument, sighed softly. It was a woman's voice, exactly like the Margaret in Victor's memory. In the darkness, Margaret's sigh pierced her eardrum like an ice needle. I could feel Leah's nails nearly digging into my palms. She was shaking, but not from fear. She was suppressing some greater emotion. The burnt smell in the ventilation duct suddenly became pungent in my throat, and the vibration from the core of the instrument rushed up from the ground to my knees. The joints of my old bones made a tiny clicking sound, as if someone was twisting them with a rusty wrench. Earthquake. Adrian's voice was bloody. He covered the wound on his shoulder, and blood seeped out through his fingers, forming dark red stars on the ground. But the vibration became more and more regular. It was the frequency of the machinery running, each time heavier than the last, and even the walls began to fall off. I reached for the flashlight at my waist, and just as I turned it on, the beam was cut into pieces by the blue light on the surface of the instrument. The machine that had looked like a dead object before was now emitting a faint blue light, and the outer shell was covered with lightning-shaped lines, like blood vessels bursting under the skin. Leah suddenly tugged at my sleeve. Her police badge glowed coldly in the blue light, and a burn mark on it was still there. The mark left by the energy flow 3 hours ago. Evan, look at the dashboard. Her voice was low, but every word hit like nails into wood. I followed her gaze, and the screen that originally displayed restarting suddenly cracked into spiderweb patterns. The numbers began to jump wildly, from 000002 to 17, then plummeted to 000153, and finally stopped at 000130. The red numbers hurt my eyes. Is that the countdown to the explosion? Adrian's Adam's apple moved. I have read 2 pages of his father Victor's research notes. This so-called memory storage device is actually an energy bomb, using Margaret's memory as a fuse. It treats the entire underground fault of Grey Harbor Town as a powder keg. The family he killed 20 years ago had a similar device buried in the basement, but it failed to be activated at that time. The vibration suddenly intensified, and I stumbled into the instrument casing. The warmth of my palms was instantly sucked away, as if I was pressing on a frosted tombstone. Leah held me up. The back of her police uniform was wet. I didn't know if it was sweat or the water stains from the energy flow just now. I've disassembled Victor's experimental log before. Her breath sprayed in my ear. The energy release of this device needs to circulate through 3 nodes. The main node is in the core, and the secondary node is in the cooling system. If the main node can be cut off, the energy will flow back to the storage warehouse. But the storage bin is overloaded. Adrian suddenly interrupted. His face as white as a piece of paper in the blue light. I sneaked a peek at my father's encrypted files. The cooling system of this machine is a dual-circuit design. The main circuit is in the pipe shaft of Area B, and the control terminal should be in. He suddenly covered his head. His knuckles turned white. God, I remember, he was drunk last month, and said that the valve of the cooling system was in the transformer box at the entrance of the old mine. Leah's eyes lit up. She took out a multi-tool from her tactical waste bag, and the sound of metal collision was particularly crisp in the basement. Evan and Adrian go dismantle the main node, and I'll go turn off the cooling valve. Remember, the main node is in the hexagonal groove on the top of the instrument. Use this. She handed me a titanium alloy crowbar with the stamp of FBI evidence engraved on it. It was an old item that I left in the bureau 3 years ago. My hands were shaking as I gripped the crowbar. It's not because of fear, but the side effects of Whisper of the Dead have come back again. When I was reading the memory of the guard machine just now, I forced myself to hold on for 5 more minutes. Now my temples are throbbing with pain, and double images keep flashing before my eyes. On the left is my 20-year-old self, and on the right is my old face in the mirror, with wrinkles like they were carved by a knife. Leah probably saw something. She grabbed my wrist and stuffed something into my palm. It was a white pill. Ibuprofen. She knew I was most afraid of pain. Go. Adrian suddenly pulled my arm. The blue light of the instrument had turned into a blinding white, and the patterns on the outer casing began to emit sparks like a lit fuse. We crouched and ran to the side of the instrument. Just as we passed the control console, a lavender barrier suddenly rose in front of us, blocking the way tightly. The barrier was not solid, but when I reached out and touched it, my palm immediately felt like it was burned by a pair of tongs. The charred skin rolled up and the taste of blood exploded in my mouth. Energy barrier, Leah shouted from behind, her voice distorted by the barrier into a buzzing sound. Victor has set up defenses at key locations. Evan, use your ability. I gritted my teeth and swallowed back the blood that was rushing up my throat. Whisper of the Dead requires contact with the dead, but there are only mechanical guards here. They are fixed in the corners of the wall, and there are bullet holes on the metal shells, which were shot through by Adrian during the previous firefight. I stumbled over, my fingertips pressing on the window of one of the guards. The mechanical death memory does not have pictures like humans. It is a chaotic data stream mixed with Victor's voice. Barrier activation code 973. Charlie. Maintain until the main program is completed. The code is 973C. I shouted. My voice is hoarse as sandpaper on glass. Adrian immediately took out his cell phone, called up the operating interface of Victor's laboratory, and tapped his fingers on the screen. The barrier flickered and suddenly disappeared like a popped soap bubble. I rushed over with the crowbar in hand, Adrian following closely behind me, his heels scraping loudly on the ground. The hexagonal groove on the top of the instrument is deeper than I expected. I climbed up by stepping on Adrian's shoulders. The crowbar was stuck in the gap of the groove. I pulled it hard. The sound of metal friction made my scalp numb. Red lines appeared in the grooves, like beating blood vessels. "Grab this," I yelled to Adrian, and he reached out and grabbed the metal block at the end of the line, and we exerted force at the same time. The moment the line was disconnected, the instrument emitted a shrill scream. The blue light suddenly dimmed, and the countdown numbers began to flash, jumping from 0000 and then suddenly stopped. "Success," Adrian gasped. The front of his shirt was covered in blood, and he couldn't tell if it was his own or the one that had just splashed on him. I climbed down. My knees went weak, and I almost fell, but Leah caught me in time. Half of her hair was loose, her police hat was nowhere to be found, and her forehead was covered in dust, but she smiled as if she had just solved a major case. "The cooling system has started, the valve is closed, and the energy is starting to flow back." But her words were interrupted by a muffled sound. The instrument suddenly vibrated violently, and black liquid gushed out of the cracks on the outer casing. It was not oil, but some kind of sticky fluorescent substance. The countdown screen lit up again, this time showing 000020, and the numbers jumped so fast that it was dizzying. "Second safety," Adrian's voice changed. "My father programmed it to automatically detonate unless his biometrics are used." Leah's face turned pale instantly. She rushed to the console, her fingers flying across the keyboard, but the screen only displayed a line of blood-red words. "Insufficient authorization." I took out the Swiss Army knife I carried with me and cut my wrists. Old skin healed slowly, and blood oozed immediately. "Try with my blood." But before I could press the identification area, the instrument suddenly roared, and the black liquid began to boil, spreading on the ground into strange patterns, like some ancient rune. It was as if time had been fast-forwarded. I heard Leah yelling something, Adrian rummaging through his toolkit, and my own heartbeat hurt my eardrums. The countdown jumped to 000110, and there was a cracking sound from the core of the instrument, as if something had broken free from inside. Margaret sighed again, this time more clearly, with a hint of smile. "We are finally meeting, Evan." My hand was still pressed against the biometric area, and blood was smearing on the glass. The screen suddenly flashed a white light, revealing Victor's face. The corner of his mouth wore the same smile as Margaret's. "Dear Detective, welcome to the last lesson." The countdown jumped to 00005. The instrument let out a dying scream. The entire basement began to tilt, and concrete blocks from the ceiling fell down on his head. Leah rushed over and hugged me, and Adrian pulled us to hide in the corner. Blinded by the dust, I could only see the burn mark on Leah's badge glowing in the darkness like a dying star. The moment the countdown reached 0, a blinding white light burst out from the core of the instrument. I heard my own hoarse roar mixed in with the roar, but I couldn't tell whether it was out of fear or unwillingness. When the vision became clear again, the white light had disappeared, and the instrument had turned into a pile of scrap metal, emitting blue smoke. There was a cut on Leah's police uniform, revealing her snow-white shoulder with a blood stain on it. But it was not a new wound. It was a family mark like that of a serial killer, and I hadn't noticed it before. Adrian collapsed on the ground, holding the metal box that fell out of the instrument in his arms, with Margaret's name engraved on the lid. At our feet there was a half-broken screen. The countdown on it had been reset at some point, and the red numbers were jumping at a speed visible to the naked eye. 000059. I knelt among the rubble, my throat feeling like it was clogged with red-hot iron sand. Leah's body temperature seeped through my back, and her police badge hurt my shoulder blades. The badge had just blocked a piece of falling concrete for me. Still hot now, like a branding iron against the skin. The red countdown light flickered on the wall. Evan. Leah's voice was as sharp as the scraping of metal. That thing is restarting the explosion program. We have to find the control core. Adrian suddenly choked and coughed, and the metal box in his arms hit the ground, leaving a white mark on Margaret's name. I stared at the mark, and suddenly another picture flashed before my eyes. I was 12 years old, huddled in an iron cage in the basement of Victor Manor. Through the rusty bars I saw a man in a three-piece suit squatting in front of a humming instrument, his fingertips stroking the metal shell with the same name engraved on it. It was Margaret, exactly the same as the one on the box. Evan? Leah shook my shoulders. What are you thinking about? I grabbed her wrist and could feel her pulse beating like a war drum in my palm. 20 years ago, when Victor imprisoned me, there was a similar device in the basement. My voice trembled, not because of fear but because the memory suddenly became clear. He spoke to the device and said, "The code is the echo of time." Leah's pupils shrank suddenly. Echo of time? Yes. I stood up on my knees, cement slag digging into my palms. He said this on the 37th day of my imprisonment. He drank whiskey that day, and his breath was mixed with the smell of motor oil. I heard him say Margaret's favorite music box. The code is the number of seconds of our first kiss. Adrian suddenly grabbed a corner of my clothes. First kiss. Margaret mentioned it in her diary. They dated on April 12, 1987, and kissed by the fountain after the movie, when the second hand pointed to his Adam's apple rolled up and down. But that was the date, not the seconds. Wait. Margaret's diary wrote that the watch she was wearing that day stopped at 23 seconds, because she was too nervous and hit the edge of the fountain. The countdown jumped to 0. Leah suddenly squatted down and scratched the gap at the bottom of the instrument with her fingers. The backup interface of old military instruments is usually under the heatsink. The sound of her nails cracking was more piercing than the countdown. Evan, is the password sequence you mentioned engraved here? With the sound of metal friction, a palm-sized protective plate was lifted up. A line of small words was engraved in the groove, glowing dark copper in the dust. It's a combination of seconds. Adrian's voice broke. April 12, 1987, 23:59:17. The time when Margaret's watch stopped. Leah's fingers flew across the control terminal, and I counted the rhythm of her tapping. The moment the last number was pressed, the red light of the countdown suddenly stopped, and the number 000023 looked like a drop of frozen blood. The entire basement suddenly became quiet. There was only the ticking sound of the equipment cooling down, and the heavy breathing of the three of us. Successful. Adrian touched the metal box, his fingertips trembling on the lid. This thing. Don't touch it. I suddenly yelled. The scene in my memory once again tore reality apart. I was 12 years old when I saw Victor put a metal box into the instrument, then turned to me in the cage and said, "When you grow up, you will understand that some memories are more precious than life." Leah's hand rested on my arm. Evan, are you reminiscing again?
Margaret's box. I stared at what was in Adrian's arms. Victor had one too. He called it a container of memories.
There was a sudden muffled sound from the ceiling. We looked up at the same time. The iron mesh of the ventilation duct was twisting and deforming, and a sound of metal scraping was pouring in through the duct. What's that sound? Adrian stood up and his back hit the broken equipment. Leah had her gun drawn. Stand back.
She pointed the gun at the vent. Evan, do you smell it? I sniffed. The smell of rust. And the sweet smell of motor oil. It smelled exactly the same as it had in Victor's basement 20 years ago. When the first robot fell out of the vent, I thought it was the remains of an instrument. It was not until it raised its robotic arm and swept the red scanning light across our faces that I could see clearly that it was a half-human tall metal creature with black wires wrapped around its joints and a blank metal plate on its face, exactly the same as the birthday gift from Victor described in Margaret's diary. Oh my God, Adrian stumbled back, knocking over the cardboard box containing the broken screen. This is genetically modified combat robots. Leah's gun was shaking, not out of fear, but out of anger. Margaret wrote in her thesis that Victor funded her research on neural interfaces, and it ended up being used in places like this. The second robot squeezed out from the crack in the wall, and its metal shell scraped off the wall, revealing the blue circuit inside. The third, the fourth. When they surrounded me, I counted 7. The robotic arm of each machine ejected a half-foot-long titanium alloy blade, reflecting a cold light in the dust. The red countdown light suddenly started flickering again. This time it's not dice, they're synchronizing their explosion sequence. Leah fired at the nearest scanning light, sparks flying, but the thing just tilted its head, and the sound of the blade cutting through the air was like the whistle of death. Adrian suddenly thrust the metal box into my arms. Here, this is Margaret's memory, what my father cares about most. He picked up half a piece of steel bar and rushed forward, but was swept away by the robot's arm, and it made a dull sound when it hit the wall. Leah dragged me back to the corner. The clicking sound of the bullets being used up was more chilling than the roar of the robot. Evan, use your ability. She pulled open her collar, and the family mark on her shoulder glowed purple. I know that every use will accelerate aging, but now, I reached for the nearest robot. Its metal skin still carried the chill of the vents. I closed my eyes and concentrated. There is no memory. These things have no life, only programs. It's no use, I yelled. They're machines. Whisper of the dead has no effect on them. The robot's blade is approaching. Leah picked up a broken brick and threw it at the robotic arm, but it was easily blocked by the robotic arm. I held the metal box to my chest, hearing my own heartbeat drown out all other noise. The scenes of Grey Harbor flashed before my eyes. The old sheriff's smile as he handed me coffee at the police station door. Miss Ruth from the bakery always giving me an extra cinnamon roll. And the red scarf that Margaret put on me when I was curled up in the alley on a snowy night when I was 12 years old. Evan. Leah's scream pierced her eardrums. I opened my eyes and saw that the nearest robot had raised its blade, and its red scanning light cast a blood spot in my pupil. At the critical moment, the metal box suddenly became hot, and the mark with Margaret's name on it pressed against my palm. The temperature was exactly the same as the box that Victor stuffed into the instrument 20 years ago. Wait. I stared at the metal box and suddenly remembered the last page of Margaret's diary. If you ever open this box, remember that love is more powerful than hatred. Amid the sound of the blade cutting through the air, I pressed the secret button on the lid of the box. With a click, all the robots suddenly stopped. Their scanning lights went out at the same time, and their robotic arms drooped like puppets with their souls taken away. The red countdown light also froze at this moment, but this calm lasted only 3 seconds. There was a more violent vibration coming from the vent, and a metal creature that was twice as tall and big as all the previous robots squeezed in. Its face was a curved screen, which was playing Victor's smiling face. Dear Detective, the corners of the face raised the same arc as Margaret's. Do you think this is the end? Behind Victor on the screen, the skyline of Grey Harbor was lighting up with red dots. More robots, pouring out from abandoned factories, collapsed warehouses, and rusty dock cranes like a swarm of metal locusts. The nearest robot suddenly restarted,
and as the blade whistled through the air, I saw Leah lift the last broken brick. Adrian climbed up with his hand covering his bleeding forehead, and the light from the metal box was leaking out from between my fingers, like a dying fire. The treasure house is about to close, but the next puzzle is waiting. If it moves you, please gently like, subscribe, and pass on this piece. Sleep well, dear wanderer.